Oh, you know what, gamers? I'm sat here, I'm not doing anything. Let's just start the stream 5 minutes early. Why the hell not? How are we all doing? Before we even get started today, over on the Twitch side of things, Mr. Holmes has already dropped off with a Prime, so thank you very much for the Bezos money. Mr. Holmes, much appreciated. Happy Friday, everybody. Hope you're all doing good. Weaven is here. Yes, love that. I love that the name's sticking. Hope you're all doing well. Oh, God, feels weird, you know? Like, I haven't done anything since, like, Monday. I've had a very, very nothing week this week. So I already see someone in chat asking if we're going to do a spin wheel today. The answer is no. The answer is no, and you'll see by the title of the stream that it says Tryhard POV. Now, I don't know if it's just been a couple lucky races or, if there's something in the water these days, but the last two races that I have done, so both the last Supercross round and then the GP race on Monday, I feel like I've been playing some pretty good MX bikes. So today, I think I'm just going to actually try and just ride a normal fast meta bike and see how I can do on it. And McKillen is right, it is Yami time. So I done a little bit of dabbling last night because I've got something ridiculous like 15 different setups on the Yami. And I was just going through things, seeing what felt comfortable straight away, what didn't. And I've got one called TJ/SPX, and I whacked that on. And the bike feels like a rocket ship. So you know how usually I'm a big like 120 rear tyre advocate? I can run the 110 on this and it still feels nuts. Which I think will only help as well, because the issue with the 120 is there's like extra friction, so you can't go as fast in a straight line. And the issue with 120 as well is, especially if you're in like a rough whoop section, the rear wheel will tend to skip side to side more because it's grabbing onto the side of the rough, whereas the 110 will track through a little bit straighter. So that's what we're going to try and do today. I'm rocking a little bit of a black and white setup. I like the kind of nothing look. I like the bike being quite blank here. I think this is an older 6D helmet. This is, it just says 6 helmet, 100 goggles. Because I know there's... Actually, no, I think this is the newer one. This is the newer one, isn't it? And this is the less one. Thank you very much, Christus. Where's Nations this year? It's France, isn't it? We have to... Is it an Ernay job or is it like a St. Jean job? I feel like it might be Ernay again. Not 100% sure. Can we spin the wheel with all Yamahas? No need to waste the time doing that. So we are going to give this a go. Now, I have had a little look at this track that we have today. It's a weird one. It's a very, very weird one. I'm not sure how it's going to race, just the general layout of it, and some of the scaling in certain areas is going to be interesting. What I do know is there is going to be a very interesting rhythm after the finish line. Very interesting. I'll show you why. Do I have a marker set anywhere? No, I don't. Right, let's go set a marker over here by the finish. Thank you very much, Chris's. Yeah, I agree. So what we're saying is Kenny's now going to have a bad week this week, so I'm not on the Suzuki. Thank you very much, Chris's. So we've got two options here. Option one, I think, is going to be going around the outside, tripling in, and then tripling around the corner, downside in here, and then going double out, and then you want to go triple in, then you can go quad, and then you can double into the corner after that. The other option, which I think is probably going to be the main line, because again, we've got a track that this is possible. I've looked at where the ruts are. You can go inside of all the ruts, you can double in, then you can go triple, and then I like the look of jumping around the corner here, doubling over the start, and then staying low here, going on off, and then you can triple all the way into the turn and carry lots of corner speed this way. So either way, we're going to have a bit of a kind of a weird rhythm, like jumping around that corner, I think. I don't feel like the outside's going to be used too much. And I'm also curious to see what these whoops are going to be like, because as far as whoops without any road, these ones are pretty damn tricky. Like, pretty tricky. We'll see. This sectional here is going to be incredibly one-line, just, inside double. This bit of the track's like double width, so it's just going to be hug the inside, little on-off, double into here as well. And then really, I can't remember what the ruts are like in this corner from the preview lap. It's just going to be, just as fast as possible, bank off the outside here and over the finish. There's not really many places to get much stuff done around this track layout. So hopefully we can get off to some decent starts and see how the rest of the night goes. Yeah, I'm going to run the Yami tonight, see how it goes. The only bad feeling I have is I think the reason why I tend to do well on the really bad bikes is because I'm like extra focused and locked in, because they need that extra attention from you. You can't really get away with doing much wrong. Yeah, we'll see how the night goes. But I feel like I've been playing well. Playing some good MX bikes at the moment. I think going over table and tripling into the split. Going over table and... Oh, you mean... I see what you mean. No, so... I can see why it could be faster.
Incentive $300 for first, $200
Boys, this guy. Hold on to that thought, Alex. This fucking guy.
Today, smiley face emoji.
No! Stop putting more pressure on me. Because now I have to lock the fuck in. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, as always. So, here's my thought process. W, Stephen. Here's my thought process here. When you go on-off, you're driving forwards a lot more. Like, your wheels are on the ground, you're moving forwards. Triple could be faster. However, you have a very narrow room for error. So I just downsided that step over perfect there, and you only just get over the triple after that. So if I come up a tiny bit short on the table or go a little bit long, the chances of me getting this clean every single lap are lower. I've also noticed on the preview lap that Stone Rider done, he has made the takeoff here like lower on the inside. So like right about here, there's a low spot. So you can stay really low to the ground and still go on-off. And I think that's going to be the quickest way of going about it, and consistently as well. Like fast and consistent, that's what we want. I mean, hey, if we could have another main event like we did at Nashville on the two-stroke, where we go the whole main without crashing once, we'd be loving life. I think that by default should give you a pretty damn good result. I'm curious to see, once there's a rut in this corner, if we'll be able to quad in here. Because, I mean, I'm pretty damn close without a rut. So if I can quad in, then you could probably just double around the corner. Like land here, then double again, and then do your triple quad double line. The only issue with that quad is you are in the air for a really long time, not moving forwards, so I'm not sure if it's going to be good or bad. I'm also wondering if you can quad into this rhythm with the ruts in the corner. How close can you get without them? That's quite a lot of distance to make up. Because I've tried going triple quad, and even if you get the triple in perfect and you say like super low, you can like slap a front end on the quad, but you can't get all the way over it. At least I can't anyway. If I stay really low here, and you kind of stretch this out as much as possible, so it's not quite enough. Unless he's built like high spots and low spots on the rough version, I'm not too sure. Not too sure. We'll see. The racetrack will be rutted, yeah, this is just the smooth version. So the actual track we're racing on comes out in 10 minutes from now. So we'll be going and playing that as soon as it comes out. Yeah, this is just stock. Actually, this isn't stock OEM model, is it, for the Yamaha? The stock one has the weird handlebars. I'm pretty sure this is a model swap to change the handlebars. But I noticed, this is going to trigger some of you now that you notice it. You notice how the levers on the left and right are completely different? So on the left side you got the blue, and then you got the black lever. On the right side it's just full stock grey lever. No idea what's going on with that. Triple double works good as well. Triple... what rhythm section are we in? This one here. Triple... yeah, I think that's what I've been doing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the line that I end up taking. Actually, is it? Hang on, let me have a look. Oh no, you're not about this rhythm section, there's less jumps. So I go triple single here. Are you on about this one over here? So you just go triple... actually, can we triple from here if I mess it up? Oh, you can do. So there's an alternative rhythm you can do there instead. No, no two-stroke today. I just wanted to... I don't know if it's a smart or a bad idea in trying, because usually then if I know that I'm on, like, a good bike and have a good setup for it, which I do, there's like nowhere to hide, there's no excuses, so if I do bad, it's like a more frustrating experience. We'll see. Apparently there's going to be rain in Philadelphia tomorrow, so some of us, definitely not me, definitely not for any biased reasons at all, we're trying to see if Ryan will put some rain on again for today, but I don't think it's going to happen, especially since we have a guaranteed mud GP, rain GP happening on Monday as well. But never say never, we can cross our fingers and our toes. No, I've just been feeling decent. Not feeling too shabby whatsoever on the virtual dirt bikes. Let's go play a rutted track as well quickly. Everyone coming out on the Suzuki this week? No, I doubt it. I don't think so. I don't think I hold that much weight in it, unfortunately. That's what I've been doing, Ben. I've been doing it for the last couple of weeks now, doing well on non-meta bikes. So, but I thought this week I'd actually try and have a Tryhard round and see how it goes. So I got, what do you get? So I went 551 for second overall last week on the Suzuki in the wet. In the GPs on Monday, I went 4-2 for third overall on the TM 450. On the Supercross before that at Nashville, I got third on the 252 stroke. So there's possibilities out there. There is possibilities for people to do good. Yeah, this was... the SD suspension was just on the bike. Yeah, I just downloaded this from mods. I was just looking for a white version, or like a complete white or a complete black version of the bikes. When I get a flow going on this Yamaha, I feel like it sits in the ruts really nicely. Like it doesn't spill out the top of them like I've been having issues with on some of the other bikes. And that's on a 110 rear tyre as well, so it feels like it turns tight and grips well at the back, whilst then also going faster in a straight line, because I'm rocking the 110 rather than the 120. So she feels good. Yeah, I just thought since my bike's performances have been pretty decent at the moment and I'm feeling somewhat fast at the game again, see if we can capitalise it, try and ride a Tryhard bike for today and see how it goes. It'll probably bite me in the arse, probably do worse, now that I'm on a good bike. We shall see. But it's just being able to like quad things like this really easily, which is just so satisfying. Like I cannot do that on the Suzuki at all. I can slap a front wheel on it, but I cannot get it cleanly whatsoever. So just having that extra power is unreal. I'd almost say that maybe riding the bad bikes has been what's been making me get better at the game again. Because you have to really think about what you're doing at all times. You can't just half-arse anything. You gotta do everything pretty perfect to go well on them. And obviously being able to get through rhythm sections and stuff on the two-stroke, having to be perfect through there, when you hop onto a 450, you've got all this extra room to make mistakes. Yeah, we'll see how tonight goes. Yeah, I'm ready, Reed. I'm locked. I'm good to go. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That is a big help that these 450s have compared to the two-stroke is the engine braking. Just my general roll speed, I think, has improved since riding the 252 stroke. No, I'm not riding the Suzuki today. I'm locked in on using this bike. Second moto went really well on Monday, Brez. It was really good. I was first for maybe like 3 laps, something like that. And then Rax came past, and then I latched onto the back of Rax for a while. And then he slowly just kind of kept putting like, you know, half a second lap ahead. I crashed, battled with TJ for a bit. And then I finished in second, which I think's pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. I'm good, thank you, Bomber. Need to show out in your hometown. I'll try and do it for the Philly fans. We'll try and do it for the Philly fans. How long we got? So like 3 minutes? Just under 4 minutes left. But I think I've proven a point over the last couple of rounds, and it's not just me as well, to be honest. I mean, you get like Chase, for example. I'm pretty sure Chase won Moto 1 on Monday on the Gas. Rax top qualified for Supercross last week on the TM. So the other bikes are definitely usable. But when you then go and hop on the Yamaha, you do see, like, damn, it's not even like a small amount, just everything feels better on it. So I understand why people want to ride it so much. But I will be honest, to kind of inflate and stroke my own ego a little bit, I did go back and watch the Talon's commentary broadcast of last Supercross round just to see myself win on the Suzuki. You know, when you just look across at the leaderboard and it shows what colour bike everyone's on, it's just a sea of blue and then just one little yellow dot at the top. It was nice to see. Oh, Hunter's shooting his load too fast. Thank you very much, Faith. No more ads. 100%. Use that Jeff Bezos money. Thank you very much for the Prime. I think I might have fixed the alert issue that I was having. Because last week, when Steven and AJ were popping off, the alerts weren't showing up. And I checked my OBS settings, and randomly they were like at the far bottom left, like way below the actual screen. So I snapped them kind of to the centre again, so hopefully they should be appearing on the screen. So hopefully everybody's getting the recognition that they deserve. It's all good, just like flowing. Feel nice. Skirt. Decent mood. Sun's out as well in the UK. Very, very rare, but it's been out for a couple of days in a row now. Nice and consistent. Me and Linda started watching a series on Amazon together, which has been enjoyable so far. It's good. Good stuff. I'll be honest, we was laying in bed watching it last night and she fell asleep, so then I carried on watching like another 4 episodes without her. So our homework for today whilst I'm streaming is to catch up on them 4 or so episodes, so then we're back in line with each other. A series called From. It's pretty good. There's 4 seasons of it. I've got to the end of season 1 so far, so I need to watch the others. So no spoilers please if anybody has watched it. But I looked on Rotten Tomatoes, potatoes. And Season 3 and Season 4 have a 100% Rotten Tomatoes score. So I'm all for it. The only thing that does throw me off a little bit, now and then, which I'm actually getting used to now, is that one of the main characters in it, I mean, if you've watched it, you know, that the sheriff in it, he also played a character in the series Lost, which me and Linda also watched together. You know when you kind of associate a certain actor to a character, it's no different as if you associate Steve Carell as Michael from The Office, for example, you know, something like that. It's hard to unsee them as that character, but he's growing on me in this role. The series is called From, just F-R-O-M. Yeah, it's on Amazon. Attack on Titan. I'm not an anime person. I'm not going to watch it now that you spammed it 3 times, just to be petty like that. Right, what are we looking at? Oh, 7 seconds. Right, let's close the game. Close the game. Close. Let's close this down. Right, downloads. Open, WinRAR, Boso. MX bikes, mods, tracks, 26 Supercross, drag, drop, anybody put the password in, W Froxy if this is real, Bosh, there you go. And then actually, because, you know, big helper guy Lins, I'm also going to put that in the YouTube chat if anybody needs it. Right, close, play, go. I don't know if it's... I don't think it's going to be a wet race unless Ryan pulls a little sneaky on us last second. But I'm here for it. I'm all for it. See how it goes. No, I can relate to that, Holmes. My sleep patterns are very, very irregular. So it's like I can I can be awake for, you know, like a full day. Like, let's say I wake up 8 a.m. I can be awake until, say, like 10 p.m. And I can be laying in bed watching TV with Linda. I'll fall asleep for 30 minutes to an hour, wake up, and then I can be awake for another 8 hours or so. And then it's all kinds of chalked. No, I've never watched any anime series outside of, you know, like the Pokemons and the Yu-Gi-Ohs when I was little. It's just not something that doesn't appeal to me too much. Mostly, I'm definitely the kind of person that would want subbed stuff rather than dubbed. And to watch sub stuff, you have to like be 100% paying attention to it at all times. You can't like half watch stuff. So I mean, you have to be reading it. Because when I watched Squid Game, I watched it all in subbed. I don't get the same emotion when it's dubbed stuff. So this is the line that I think people are going to be doing. And stepping over that. Stepping on, off, triple. It's like it's changed the jump faces a little bit. They feel a little bit peakier. Oh, I'm a little bit worried that you might be able to quad into there. Let's set a little marker. There. The races. I mean, heat races start in about an hour, maybe. Oh, that might be doable. Definitely not something that I think I'm going to be trying to send on... Oh, he's mellowed the whoops out. I don't know if that was a lucky run, but they felt a lot easier to get through than on the flat version. What are we doing? What are we doing? What's the fucking point of the outside when you can quad in from the inside, brother? Oh my goodness. Surely that's... like, surely you can test for that, right? I've done that first attempt. Oh, 100% I think you can quad into there. Hang on. Wait, we might have some big lines around this track. We 100% might have some big lines. I don't want to get too drawn in by the big lines though, because I don't think they're going to be in every lap of the race kind of thing. Well, I can tell you already that the qualifying times around this track are absolutely chalked already. This is going to be ridiculous. Basically everything that I thought was going to be doable is doable so far. Oh, there's a little light. I see a little low line there. Like, just in the middle. If I can cut down more in the whoops, we might be able to hit it pretty quick. Ah, I hit the low spot there. Did I cut down further left, or did I hang out further right when I quadded that on the first lap? Well, the issue with the quads is they get easier as the race goes on, because the way the jump faces form kick you further. I'm sorry, that's ridiculous. How? Okay, no. I'm not gonna... I don't want to be Mr. Negative within 2 laps of playing the track. My god, some of the stuff that we can do around here is insane. Yeah, I cut down. You know, yeah, I mean, if I'm quadding in 2026, then a lot of the top boys are going to be quadding. Fortunately, I don't know if that one's doable. I mean, we'll see in qualifying if anybody can do it. Second rut going into the whoops could be the move there, because it's slightly lower in the middle of the whoops, and you also want to move over to the right a little bit by the end to then open up the next left-hander. Could be the way to go. I want to see, because if we can quad from the inside, maybe you could 5 from the outside, but I don't think the 5's quite doable. That's not even hard to get. Like I'm lugging it around the corner. Okay. Okay. Any alternative rhythms going on for real? Double, triple, triple, maybe? Never mind, there's not enough jumps for that. Double, triple, double. Oh, it's a little bit sketchy trying to get into that low bit. You saw the back end swapping around slightly. Thankfully, I don't feel like you'll lose out on too much time if you just go on off there rather than quadding it. It's a fast track. It's a very, very fast track. Boing. Okay, I don't think we can go over there. I don't think you'd want to either, because I don't see a way where you can quad out afterwards. So then you just end up singling into the corner. Do you hear sand mix? I don't know. Here's my theory. Has anybody else been hearing any of this on any of the other Supercross rounds prior to today? No. Okay, so I don't know. It's not really something I'm allowed to divulge because it's like an upcoming project. Let's just say I've been testing something that involves a sound mod in the game, but it also involves, I'll show you, MX bikes, properties, game versions. So, you know, I do dev testing, like for game updates and stuff. So I had to do some testing on stuff Barbosa was working on the other day, but it involves additional like sound files for the game, which involves like wheel spin and things like that, so you can hear when you're spinning more. And since I've done that, when I now go back to the normal version of the game, I can now hear almost like the sound of sand even on non-sandy tracks. So I don't think there is any sand involved on this. I'm pretty sure if I was to go into my files and delete those extra sound things from the development build, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't hear it anymore. So I think that's the issue with it. Because I thought I was tripping. I went back and played... What's last round? Last round was Cleveland, and I thought I could hear sand as well, and I was like, surely it wouldn't have been sand, because when it was a wet, we would have been sliding all over the place. But no, I think it's purely the additional sound files in the game. Oh, no, you can't quad that from that bit. Yeah, I think it's just my audio. I might be able to... Hang on, let me see if I can remove them and reload the game. I need to double check to see which files they were. So I just don't want to share anything that I shouldn't be sharing, because it's a bit on the quiet side for now. No, it's not even additional files. It's just where I went on the development version of the game. What if I... So let's go MX bikes. Probably in effects, isn't it? What's the date today? 24th. Where... Open... Because I actually don't like hearing it. Aha, right, okay. So if I delete these... Delete. Actually, will this make my game crash? Because I don't know if this is like an overwritten sound file or if it's a sound file that didn't exist before. So if I delete it, am I going to have just like no sounds at all? And if so, will I get kicked from servers for cheating? Let me quickly try and close and reopen the game and see if we get any audio. So I might have to drop these back in and we'll have to deal with it for the time being as I'm switching back and forth between dev build and normal build. Yeah, it's just, so you know, at the moment you don't really get a sense of when your wheel's spinning. It's basically just, you just like hit higher RPM. It's hard to get like an understanding and range on what's going on. It's just trying to change things like that. Just want to see if removing those extra files from the dev build will change anything. What I don't want to do is cause myself issues where I have to, you know, like verify game files and it will just reset everything. Don't hear it. I think we might be alright. I think we're good. Don't hear it anymore. I think we are Gucci. You have a very acute ear there, sir, Mr. Fuzzy. So I think I drowned it out after the testing that I've been doing. Yoit. Thankfully, all of my settings now are just copied from Cam's setup video. Maybe it's Cam's settings that have been making me feel better in the game. You know, I've been running them for maybe like 3 weeks, or maybe a month now, something like that. And I've had good results since. Oh. I wonder, what do we think's faster to do here after the finish line? Because that outside is a very, very long way out there. Do we think it's a quad double? Do we reckon it's a triple triple? Do we reckon it's an inside double triple double? I'm not sure what the fastest way is going to be. It might be one of them situations where we just have a look in test, have a look, not in testing, have a look in qualifying and see what the really fast boys are doing and just copy them. It's nice to know in at least one section we got a couple of different rhythms we could go for. We'll see. Oh, come on, surely I'm allowed to use a good bike for one round. Just one, just give it just a crumb of a fast round for once. Yeah, I'm not sure which line I'm preferring it. Yeah, I mean, Yami feels good as always. It's actually insane how much better it is than the other bikes. Just the way it puts the power down to the ground, you just have so much grip everywhere. I mean, I'm on a 110 rear tyre right now. Have you seen my back end slide out anywhere? I'm just railing corners wide open. For me, that quad might be a little bit too much to do consistently. It will get easier as the race goes on, as the jump face erodes. But I'm thinking it's either going to be an inside double triple, or it's going to be an outside triple around the corner. Yeah, this track's just ridiculous, Willie, for some of the big lines that are doable. Actually busting out quads on the first attempt of doing them. I'm not as against quadding out of rhythms, because I feel like in real life, if ever you watch like a bubba, like James Stewart Insane Lines, it's usually kind of jumping further and further and further with each jump that he hits. So maybe he'll go double in, then he'll seat bounce into a triple, or then he'll seat bounce into a quad. But in this game, I noticed a lot of time it's the other way around, where you'll be quadding into rhythm sections, because you don't quite. I mean, there's no like seat bounce mechanic. It's all momentum based, and it's quadding into rhythms that I'm not really ever the biggest fan of. Yeah, 3-4 should be the move. I'm not able to get the quad out, no matter how well I hit the triple in. And I've also tried quadding in, and I can't quite get up and over to do that there. I'm not sure if anybody's going to be bussing it out. I mean, people will probably do it for a qualifying lap. I'm not sure how viable it'll be from a racing perspective. We'll see. I mean, if you was to go into the replay camera right now, like, that is a big quad to be hitting. Like, taking off here, like, that is that's a pretty damn big jump to be getting. It's huge. No, the issue with real life is you've always got that factor of actually hurting yourself, which is the issue why people don't want to be going for these massive quads. In a game, we've got no issue. We can just hit it over and over and over again until we get it right. It's going to be difficult because, so with this first rhythm section here, it's right at the start of a lap, so you can give it lots of attempts. But by the time you get to that rhythm section before the whoops, it's going to be like, oh, do I really want to go for that quad and then risk messing up the lap time that I've got? To the point where if I'm only tripping in, you haven't got to hit the triple fast to get the triple. So I'm wondering, is it even worth me going to this, like, far outside line? So you can triple from the inside if you really wanted to. Just reset in real life. Just set my spawn in real life, keep hitting it over and over again. Yeah, I don't know if I've quite got the oomph to get up and over that. It's all momentum based. It all depends on just how well you scrubbed the jump before. But I am going to go to the little streamer's room again real quick, though. You know, pre-race poo, all that good stuff, like I always do. Back in a second. So do we think that this first quad after the finish is the move to go for? Do we think it's even faster? So I'm just thinking, like, we're going all the way out here, and we spend all the time in the air. I mean, it does feel pretty damn good. Does feel pretty damn good. Not a fan of these bowl turns. No, they're just big. That's my biggest issue with them. Things I like this rhythm here, where you jump over the finish and then you stay really low through this rhythm and triple into the turn at the end. I like that. Yeah, I think unless you hit that 180 bowl there with just insane speed and like a super springy suspension, I don't think you're getting the quad in at all. Oh, low line. Oh, there you go. I like that, I like that. Lovely sound of two-stroke in my ear.
For 20 minutes?
What's the most consistent for 20 minutes? That's a very good shout, AJ. Here's my... I think from a qualifying perspective, the quad-in will be good. From a racing perspective, probably gonna go for the inside here. Go inside, triple, you know, then jump around the turn. Issue with jump around turn is it's that little next jump there over the start corner can be a bit hard to get. I think, if I had to guess, I don't know if it's going to be the same line through the entirety of the main event. I feel like the road could play a part in that and you might have to switch it up. So maybe it's just having the brains to know when it's time to switch the lines. Thank you as well, by the way. Thank you. What do I think about over 3 after the Subi triple? It's fine. Again, it's just... I'm thinking in terms of, like, race scenario, you need to downside the over table, like, pretty perfect to then get the triple afterwards. So for the sake of not messing up, and for maybe losing a 10th, 2 tenths maximum for going on-off double. I feel like on-off double's the way to go. It depends how consistently, because you can quad in from the inside. Like, if you hook down low enough and you hit the high spot there. Don't see a universe where anybody's using this shit. Like, it's just so far out here. The fact that... Again, I'm sorry to criticise the tracks. I know I probably say the term scaling about 20 times every Friday. The fact that there is no other ruts in this corner other than massive inside-outside is insane to me. Like, maybe if he didn't build an extra rut here, maybe there was like a tiny bit of chop going into this inside, it would incentivize people to maybe try and carry some corner speed around the outside. Or having like another rut here, for example, so you're kind of shortening your track distance. It just seems like there's a lot of nothing there. It's going to be very much... It's that kind of corner where even if you've got somebody right in front of you, you are better off just sitting behind them, following them, because you'll lose less time than trying to go around the outside to make a pass. I'm pretty sure, based on the track map, that section is wider in real life. It's the same as... Wait, what round was it where there was two... Oh, wait, have we not done the round yet where there's a really, really wide, like, half of the track? Not too sure. Thank you very much, Jay Stills. I hope that work or whatever it is you're doing right now is not too painful and flies by for you. The Deegan cut. Oh yeah, yes, you're right, Holmes. Yeah, that is the round we've done. That's yeah. On the track maps, that track was like extra wide in a certain part of it as well. It's the same here. So it's like you see, this is all the same width, and then here it opens up into being wider. Oh, this Supercross triple is wider, and then it goes into even wider still here. In real life, you'll probably find that they will add a roller after this triple. There'll probably be some kind of like inside roller here to incentivize people to take like both options. But yeah, these are based on strictly track map, which it does hinder it sometimes. What's time? Oh, hang on. Got 5 minutes until qualifying time starts. Let's go and hop in the server, see what people are doing. I have no idea what qualifying times will be. I mean, I don't think... why do I always do this? I think I'm joining my own server. I don't think I've done a lap without crashing yet. That's not good. Are the servers not up, or is my server list pooing itself? Oh, Ryan said they'll be up in a few minutes. Yeah, I mean, I don't know when I got sent this out, but I was just going through all of them, trying them out last night to see what kind of stuck and what doesn't, and this one's just called TJ/SPX. So, I mean, it can't be bad. Don't even know if it's what Tyler still uses, but he obviously used it at one point. Probably sent it to me. Yeah, we'll have a Tryhard round today. What I am looking forwards to is the wet GP round on Monday. The reason I'm looking forwards to it is it's not just going to be a dry built track and then we just slap on the rain in the servers. I believe the track is being built so the base terrain itself represents a muddy track, which I don't think we've got many of at all in this game yet. And definitely not one that we've ridden for aerial. That quad's so annoying. It's like so close yet so far. You want to DoorDash a filly now? My bad. My bad, pimp. I don't even know if I want to try going for that quad regularly. Just going on off instead is probably going to be the move. Oh, I don't have a lap time yet. I don't... I think like I'm a bit different to other people that might be streaming or recording for this stuff. I don't sit here in these 30 minutes and just try and go for the fastest lap possible. I'm messing around, cutting the track in different parts, trying multiple rhythms over and over again. So it's very rare you'll see me in testing before qualifying starts with an actual lap. I'm almost wondering if you can triple after that quad and get into the alternative rhythm. I imagine you might be jumping over the tough blocks to do it. Ah, fell out of it that time. No, I don't think the angle was quite there to be able to do that. You're going to be jumping off the track. That was a nice fault though. Almost. I think that there's an aerial, like, team per se. So I've got no idea of the internal discussions that go on there. All I know for this year is B-Clay's doing all of the GPs and B-Clay's also doing the AMA outdoors tracks as well. It's just going to be nice to have, like, a new track builder's take on tracks that we've had, you know, 3 or 4 times already. And see what we can cook up, see what we can do. And then in terms of, like, 2027 onwards, I've got no clue. No idea what's happening. Depending on your landing into that section, it can actually be a little bit tricky to get the triple in. So I like the back end's spinning up rather than driving you forwards, and then it's quite a short, stubby entry jump into the section. So trying to get the pop to get up and over the triple's hard. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to go for that. Don't think it's worth my time. Servers are up. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Thank you, Holmes. That's a horrible line. What am I doing? 4-2 into... Where are we talking about, Reed? After the finish line? I'm just experimenting with stuff. Because I don't know if that 4-2 into the corner is going to be doable like every lap of a race, you know? And I also don't like going over 3. From a consistency basis, I'd rather stay low to the ground. But you are more than welcome to take your race lines, sir. And I will take mine. And we shall see. I signed up quite early today. So maybe Group 2 for once? Yes. Good stuff. The weird thing with TFC's tracks in the year that TFC done them is they were absolutely dog shit for racing on. I actually had similar complaints of the tracks then that I do on these Supercross tracks now, where a lot of the time in the corners the ruts are pointless because like, you can just go inside of the ruts and still hit fast rhythms afterwards. Oddly enough, TFC's AMA tracks ride better now on these bikes than they did back then on them bikes, because back then them bikes had more grip, so flat tracking was easier. So maybe TFC was just ahead of his time, you know? Done it too early. The Canadian TFC tracks. I think we're talking about two different people. Are you talking about typical Canadian? Typical, like, so TC and TFC, two different people. Don't remember TFC doing Canadian stuff. I think it was TC. No, it was TC that done the Canadian stuff. AKA what Reed said. I actually haven't seen him send a single message in any Discord ever since that day that was all exposed, Reed. Bro got sent packing from the bikes community. Still a mod for the shop. That's not good. I wonder if is he an active mod for the shop, or is he just left on the list there as you do? Reading chat too much now. I mean, qualifying hasn't started yet. We've got 4 minutes of time left, so not the end of the world. Let's put on the stand-ins as well whilst we're here. I think that far right-hand side might have a little high spot. Maybe the quad will be doable if you take off all the way over there. Pretty much exactly what it says, Irish, so... I mean, you don't have to do it. You can just set your setup each time the server like resets. If you set it to dry qualifying, whenever the qualifying session starts, it will automatically apply there. And if you set it to wet qualifying, whenever it's a wet race conditions and qualifying starts, it will apply it to there as well. You don't have to, but yeah. I mean, I still like going and double checking anyway, just because sometimes MX bikes things, sometimes it might not 100% do it. Got a wild breezy in here. Actually, let's see what's quicker here. Oh, he fucked it up. I want to see if going outside triple single was better than going inside like double triple whatever line is. Staying low over that double there is going to be a big thing. You're going to have to hit it at an angle. I don't like how high that triple there sends you. Oh, I'm getting nowhere near that quad now. I'm just not a big fan of the standards on the new UI. I don't know if it's just a familiarity thing, but I just like how simplistic this one is, and I can just see leader and then distance away from leader, and then that's pretty much it. Whichever way around, isn't it? So it's distance from me. And I can just slap that on and be done. Like the newer one, you need a lot of configuration to get it looking exactly as you want, and I'm just too lazy to mess around with it all until I find something that fits. I just also don't like having too much information on the screen all at the same time. It can be something as small as just like colours, you know. Like I like how on this HUD I've got a colour for the numbers, like I'm a different colour there. It's all good. I just like how it is. It's just personal preference. I feel like I match a lot of MX Bikes players in that sense, where we don't like change a lot of the time. We like what we like. Rest in peace me, holy. How much cuts each person has. See, that doesn't matter for me because the timing updates as it is for me anyway. So let's have a look. We'll see what lines Callum's taking. I'll be shocked if he doesn't take the inside here. Wow, what a surprise. Who would have seen that coming? Shocked if he doesn't take the inside here. Wow, what a surprise. Who saw that one coming as well? That's probably a smart thing to do for a hot lap. Like dive to the inside before the finish. Yeah, don't hate that at all. No idea who this is. Running fast laps. It's on Suraku. Isn't that a sim team? I mean, there's a couple of people in here that, yeah, I've never heard of before that are running lap times competitive with long-time pro qualifiers. We'll see. See how she goes. And Frederick usually in chat. I mean, there's a lot of Fredericks in this community. I think lots of Fredericks. So I never know if they're one and the same. Next IRL racing, I don't know. I was meant to be racing tomorrow and Sunday, but I've just decided not to go, just for various reasons. So I don't know. I haven't been enjoying racing, really. I enjoy riding bikes, just the racing aspects, I could take it or leave it. Right. Let's go try and set some qualifying time, gamers. There is no tune that I'm humming. There is no song. It is just me, like, vocally stimming to myself. That's not a good start. Probably shouldn't be yapping at the start of a lap. We go again. But the finish line's a long way away from the pits. It's going to be frustrating to keep resetting laps.
Man, I think I shot my load too fast in this last turn.
Do I hear a wild prime out of my ears? I do. Thank you very much, Peter, for renewing the prime sub. Not going to go over that, am I? Nope. Actually, I don't know if my lap counts if I turn around this soon. I don't think I would have hit the first sector. Oh. I was about to say, the nice thing about going for that quad is you can mess it up a little bit and still get the room afterwards, but I mess it up a little bit too much. There you go. Kind of want to take off of the rut and almost tire tap the face of the double. I'm not a fan of that step over triple. But I know that tripping in does set you up much, much nicer for the inside of the corner afterwards. I don't know if I should second gear or third gear over that quad. I feel like I'm running out of oomph by the time I get to the face of it in seconds. Try in third. Oh yeah, third was much easier. No! Oh, hard trying to hit the whoops fast and stop and turn in time for the corner afterwards. Hello, Marcus. Oh, went way too wide. Oh, I'm being very, very sloppy so far. I've noticed that when I ride the Yamaha, because it is like, so fast and capable, I think I try and ride too aggressively, like too over the top on it. I think it's qualifying. You may as well just full send and see what happens. I'm also not opposed to checking up there and going double triple into the corner rather than going triple double. Oh, front tried going on me again. Thank you very much, Floaty. Oh, yeah, that inside's very, very nice to finish off a lap. Floaty, you subbed at like the perfect time there, just for me to check going on the start straight. Thank you very much. High-speed compression barks in the whoops. I mean, the setup is barking the whoops pretty well. 51.4, it's not bad. I imagine Cam and like Tyler probably end up in high 49s maybe. I reckon I can get another half a second or so. It wasn't a clean lap by any means. Yeah, look, you can actually hang a back wheel on that quad. You can mess it up and still be okay. Uh-oh. Oh, that was slow. I think I'm doing a slow line through here. I'm wondering if going inside is better. Oh my god. Oh my god. No. Yeah, I wonder if going inside's better. When you jump into this corner. Who's that going inside? Frederick going inside. Inside double... Double, triple? I mean, you'll get a really fast run through the whoops if you do that, because you set up the next corner really nicely. Not too sure what the best move is through there. Don't go to the bales! Oh, that was close. I could go double, triple, double, but I don't like checking up right at the end of a rhythm section. That's really hard, trying to get slowed down and turn into apex that corner nicely. As the front end just starts wanting to wash as soon as you start pitching the bike in, which, you know, makes sense. So you're trying to turn through whoops, that's always going to happen. I didn't even have to seat bounce that. That's actually ridiculous. No! I think I'm onto something there. I think I might be better off checking up in the corner before the whoops and then trying to hug to the far right to open up the corner much more. Ah, god damn it. That's frustrating because you got to go back to the pits and then all the way back up the start straight. Now, I have to overthink it now, so then I'm not overthinking it during the race. If I can do something that makes sense now, and I can just keep repeating that over and over again. Don't know if the lap's going to count because I was in the bales. We'll see. Don't like jumping into the corner there. It was a very slow run through the whoops, but it did set me up nicer. No! Ah. I'll carry it on anyway, why not? Messed up one of the easiest corners on the track. Let's just have a look at split times. Right. I was faster in the middle, so I think that's where I'm cutting down in the whoops. And obviously the end was a lot worse. Okay. Okay. Can't believe I saved the entry into the whoops. It's just Yamaha things. Couldn't do that on the two-stroke, I'll tell you that much. Nope. Okay, never mind. The front end can still fold. Quite a busy server, this. God damn it. Very busy server. I'm surprised I'm at the top of this one right now. Actually, looking at the people in here, there's not that many that usually out-qualify me. Not sure you can jump all the way around the corner like that. I'd be interested to know if this guy's lap counts. I think going far inside might be cutting it a little bit too much. Yeah, if this guy in front of me's lap counts, that's actually outrageous from what I've just witnessed. Bro just literally jumped around the entire corner. Oh, he fucked it, so I'm not even going to see now. Can I? Okay, thank you. There's no point asking me what my gearing is, or many pros, because you go in and you tweak every single gear. It's not just, you know, like a 1350 or something like that. On the 450s you can go and tweak every single gear. So I generally couldn't tell you off the top of my head. Uh-oh. Way too far. You're going to pause it and screenshot it. Bang. There. Enjoy. Don't want to waste too much time. Yeah, I can easily get into the 50s, just trying to put a full lap together. I'm almost wondering if having a 120 would actually help me. A 120 rear tyre. So I'd be able to rail that corner probably even harder than I am without fear of sliding out at all. A little bit far to the left here. Landed too high in the berm. That there, prime example of why I prefer tripling into corners rather than doubling or singling. Yeah, look how much better that is. Oh, damn it. Not performing when the pressure's on. It's getting stuff nice and clean. And now it's qualifying and I have to lock in. I keep like tagging my back end on things. I'm not getting that early. 120's more grip in the turns, less grip on the straights. And the reason I'm hesitant to use it is because I think it's going to bite me in these whoops.
Tie for gearing. Also,
That's right.
I'll match Stephen with win incentive. Folded hands emoji.
You two are a bit of a dangerous duo when put together. Thank you very much, AJ. Too much pressure. Too much pressure. Oh, that's messy. I mean, this whole lap's messy so far. Hmm. Fuck! I literally made my mind up last second. I didn't know whether I should double it or go double, triple, or triple, double. Is everyone just like fully cutting this corner out? And if so, are their laps counting? One quicker. Oh, how much was it not quicker by? A tenth. I was quicker in the middle. Okay, so I was quicker in the middle, so I was quicker going triple, triple, single. Slower in the first, much slower in the second. Yeah, I think over triple was the way to go. I don't know if I want to do that in a race. I think a 53.8 will qualify. It might have you top 40. .6 with my fastest splits. Damn, yeah, we got a lot of time to gain then. Don't mind too much. I mean, I'm never much of a qualifier anyway, am I? Usually do better in the races. Reed's not going to be happy. Reed's not going to be happy at all. He just put in a burner and he was just off. Got one more attempt at a lap. Oh, this man's whoops actually pissed me off so much. Just the random high and low spots everywhere, so you can't get any kind of rhythm going. I know whoops have high and low spots. It's the fact if you're in the like if you're going in a dead straight line through the whoops, there will be high and low spots within the same line. It's like you'd expect the lower spots to remain lower throughout the whole whoop section and the higher spots to remain higher throughout the whole whoop section. So regardless on which spot you choose to go in, you'll have like a consistent run of whoops. Does feel a little bit random sometimes, a little bit of luck of the draw. That's nuts. I ran that lap on lap 7 out of 34. Ideal was a fit, so I had another 0.7 in me. Right. Got 4.5 litres of fuel. Let's do a practice start as well, because I don't do many starts on this Yami. No, I just chose Yami today. I wanted to go have a Tryhard there. My reshade is Hurren's reshade, which you can find on the shop under the Hurren compound. It's in the description on the Hurren compound track. Damn, I buy Power V2 in Counter-Strike. That's not very good. Do they still get paid out? Because I guess match fixing is illegal. If they still get paid out, I'd take a ban to never compete in Counter-Strike again for that much money. Yeah, it's a bit weird that... the thing is, you could probably do that and get away with it in small amounts, but anytime anybody's winning $4.5 million, the account that is winning that much will be looked at by many, many, many eyes anyway. So I don't know why people think they can get away with it. Lap was a low 51, I think. Hello, Lewis. Do a couple practice starts, see how she goes. Starts will be important. It's a very long start straight as well, so ideally a third gear so you haven't got a shift halfway through. Track's hard hot lap, only because there's like multiple retarded big lines in it, that's all. Then I can see the big lines come in before the track even released, just playing the smooth version. I need to remember to sit down for longer. I always stand up halfway up the start straight, and as soon as I do, my front wheel starts lifting. What I need to find is a nice consistent line through these whoops where I don't suddenly tuck the front. Because I can get an insane drive from the outside line, it's then trying to stop and make the next corner afterwards. So it's like, this is like a lower line there. But you see how you get over the first... So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it just kind of goes to shit, and then you get a low spot, high spot, low spot, low spot. So it's just like a randomness to it. Like same here, so it's low, low, then you're going to clip an angle, then you're going to go clip another angle, another angle, another angle, another angle. Like, I know there'd be high spots and low spots, but I'd expect it to be consistently low, consistently high, consistently low, consistently high. Left side of whoops. Yeah, but then you have a shit left-hander. Like a really shit far left side. Because your run through the whoops will be great, but then trying to stop and turn and hit the next left hard, that fast is the difficult part. Not sure. So the 250 boys will have a much easier time turning and, or stopping at the end of them and turning and getting grip for the left 90 afterwards, because 250s are just insane. You don't get any of the wonky stuff. But you're going slower through the whoops themselves anyway, so you haven't got to slow down at the end of them. You can just turn and the bike grips and it's fine. Somebody's definitely going to be tripling on everybody's heads as well. And feel it. Thank you, DBMX. I feel it in my fingers. The other issue you got is I generally do think people are going to be consistently hitting that quad after the finish. Yeah, there's lots of servers that use free tracks. You haven't got to have paid tracks to play. Just if you want to compete in these kind of series, like race series, they're usually on paid tracks. Any, like normal public casual servers, no problem at all. Yeah, I'm going to try not to look at the chat during the races again today. I actually think I want to, if I double into that section, I think I want to check up and then go on, off and triple into the turn. So if I double in here, I think I actually want to check up here and then go off, and then I can triple all the way into the corner and then hopefully pass some people that way. Why can't I hit them like that every lap is my question. That was pretty good. Can I pick my graphics? No. Well, I mean, you can pick whatever graphics you want, but me personally, I just want to have a blank bike because I think it looks cool. Alright, let me refresh this page, see if the times are up, see what heat I'm in. What if I 10th? That's pretty shit. I'm in heat 2. With not a particularly stacked heat though, which is quite good. Hey, ARL Outdoors, yeah. So I'm guessing the AMA Outdoors are also going to be run on Fridays, the same as the Supercross is. So usually what happens is on the Wednesday prior, the sign-ups go up on my MXB. There's no like license system or anything, so you can sign up for whatever you want. if it's going to work, well, I don't know what's going to happen from like an AMS Pro AMS perspective. I'm not clued up on how anything works. But you can sign up from the Wednesday prior to round 1. And you haven't got to meet any requirements or anything like that. Pub lobbies are usually a little bit different, Marcus, because, well, in these servers, when you see me going back into the pits, usually everybody's already in the server and joined. The reason it takes a long time to go into the pits in pub lobbies is because when you go into the pits, it loads in everybody's bike that has joined the server since you've been on the track. Whereas in, like, qualifying, for example, for me, everybody that's in the server is already on the track anyway. They're all in and qualifying, so it hasn't got to load any extra bikes that have joined the game since I've been on the track. That's why it'll take a long time for it to freeze for you in pub lobbies. You've got a constant revolving door of people leaving and joining. Just on the Yami 450 today. Thought I'd have a Tryhard there. I know it's a dry race and everybody's back to their normal speeds, but it's strange qualifying... What to qualify, like 8th or something like that. On the Suzuki last week. Oh no, actually it was like 5th or something, wasn't it? It was something higher. Top 10. Qualifying higher on a Suzuki last week than I did on the Yamaha today. Very, very strange. How's this track for you? The track's just smooth. There's no roughness to it at all. Just massive ruts so you get to rail in the corners. Very, very easy. The difficulty comes with then trying to hit the ridiculous like quad lines that have been made possible to hit. I qualified 10th today. Maybe I take the outside as if I'm going to quad each lap, and if I don't feel great around the corner, I can then check up and just go triple, rather than quadding. Seen a few people saying that maybe the Suzuki helped me in the wet because they're less power. And if everybody else was on like a KTM or a Husky or something like that, that's quite a loose, agile bike, I'd agree. But the Yamaha is the meta bike because it puts the power down to the ground the best and gives everyone the best traction. So even though the bike is more powerful, I still don't think it's like slidier than the Suzuki would have been. You just had a good week. No, I haven't, Marcus. I've been very, very bad. Thank you very much, you know. The pants are coming off. I got a theory, every time Sir Boxlot is watching me with no pants on, I actually have a good race. That's the sign. Oh my Christ. And if you needed a better example of how well the Yamaha puts power down to the ground, bearing in mind I'm running the Sliprio rear tyre. You go from sliding to roll up, backflip. In the space of like half a second. Ryan's typing. I think the servers are going up. Gate drop in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. ARLSX Bosch. 450 heat 2. We're in. We are in. You had to put them on for the DoorDash. When we're talking pants, we're not meaning underpants as well, are we? Because you could answer the door in just pants. Or just underpants. These whoops are just tricky because you have to stop and turn by the end of them. If it was just a straight line, you'd be fine. But the weird thing is the flat version of this track, I think the whoops are actually quite tricky. Just some weird combination of the height and distance between them all. But they've been mellowed out a good amount in this. They're just a little bit inconsistent because the roughness is like scattered. Then you'll hit one high whoop and then one low whoop and then one high whoop. So it's like the usual rhythm that you'd get in of back wheel, front wheel, back wheel, front wheel. It's very easy just to skip one completely and then get all kinds of out of sync. What do we think of the drip, by the way? Stock Barboso black, accompanied with Nick Thomasounis white bike. Personally, I think it's very, very clean. Oh my god, can I just fucking get away from everybody, please? Trying to live out my bike life dreams. I have a really difficult time, like, doing sit-down wheelies on this game. Like, stand-up ones are a piece of piss. I can do stand-up ones all day. And the sit-down ones are very, very strange. Probably doesn't help, but I have to hold down my sit button the whole time. So it makes it a bit more awkward for me to, you know, slightly maneuver. Is it shit if I have left, right, front, back? I mean, it's personal preference to be fair, Cole, but I've never heard of anybody else having it set up that way. My logic of it all is my bike is all in the left stick, and then my rider front, back, left, right is all in the right stick. Like, that kind of makes the most sense to me. So to then have bike and rider on left feels strange. I wouldn't say it's shit, because people can play in all kinds of different setups. I don't think it's anything that you have to change, it's just unique. It almost gives like, that setup there almost gives like Southpaw vibes. On Call of Duty, we have to kind of do both sticks at once to even look in a certain way. I mean, that really just goes as far back as like MXOS ATV Reflex for me, for example. As soon as the two sticks shit came around, it's just this all rider on the right and then all bike on the left. That quad's hard as fuck. No, it's not. You only have to be perfectly locked in and full wide open on the throttle third gear from the very second you enter it to the very end. Yeah, got it wrong first time of asking. Not hard at all. Three times out of 20. That's not. I mean, that's not too shabby. For that qualifying wise, that's all you need. It's a bit like when I go step over triple there. He's built a really shit transition between the table and the next jump. Like, look how close together that is between landing and takeoff of that, compared to then how far the gap is between that and the next jump. That's what I mean about the scaling. It's all kinds of fucked. So you get a really hard impact. It's that. I'm not a fan of that. I just feel like I'm floating in the air for ages rather than driving forwards. What I am having to do to get this quad, something I've spoken about a few times, it's not... I really don't know the best way of wording it. It's not seat bouncing. You have to do a little weird, like, trick to get extra pop, which once you learn how to do it, it does apply to all Supercross tracks. I was going to go into replay now and show you quickly, but I don't know if I'm going to have the replay length. You'll see, just as I'm coming into this, at the very last second, I'll stand the bike fully upright. So I'm turning, now bang the stick upright, and then it almost turns it into an oppo because you're going from leaning to the left, quickly cranking the bike up, but it's almost like it carries the weight going. So it's... You basically upright your bike at the very last second and it fully like compresses the suspension really, really hard. That's why you'll see me a lot of times, if I am hitting a big like seat bounce jump out of a corner, it will look like I'm oppoing the jump when I'm not doing it on purpose. It's just a result of getting that extra pop. I'm on the just Yamaha 450. Having a try-out day today, see how I do on a normal bike. The funny that I hate to be a cynic, but I feel like I'm probably going to have a worse day today on a good bike than I have been on the poo bikes. Maybe it's just the expectations are higher today. Does it look like we're waiting on one person? Kelso's in it. Notice Kelso's been... I've only just started paying attention to his name now that I know he's running underneath an alt name. But I think he's been in the last couple of the rounds, so he's definitely been getting better. Definitely been getting better. Because last time I saw him in lobbies and stuff, he was on a 250. So he's on the 4 now. I don't know... I mean, he probably just prefers the format of EU to NA, to be honest. I know I would, even if I was from America. I'd prefer the EU format. Just something about having to sit there and grind in a track for 5 hours just to keep up with all the young whippersnappers. Not ideal. Yeah, Troy's been getting really, really fast this year. Kelso's getting better and better. Next thing you know, Reaper's going to make a comeback and start beating me as well. And then it's going to be like, oh, I'm just washed now. What am I good for? Right. We go again. Heat race time, you know the rules, just have to get inside the top 9. That's all we want. We could get first, we could get 9th, it really doesn't matter, we're into the main event either way. No, the good people don't need to hop on until 2 hours before Splash. If you're someone like me, my qualifying time wouldn't change between 30 minutes of playing the track and 5 hours. My time would be the same. It's just my consistency that would improve. So I feel like I need all of that extra time to even try and add a couple attempts on to make cut-off. That was a very slow reaction time from me there. Yeah, that's to be expected. Now I'm going to be the person that triples in on everyone's head. Let's see, even if I have a shit start, I'm not going to go as far to cut out an entire corner just to get going again. Someone with an orange name there. For fuck's sake. I'm going to have a shit run through the whoops. There'll only be 1 or 2 people with orange names, so it'll be easy to work out who the culprit is. This ain't going to go well. Oh. It's going to be a very, very difficult one, because I don't know how easy it's going to be to actually make passes around here, to be honest. Especially with people wobbling around all over the place. How are people wobbling around all over the place so much? I'm scared to go near anybody. We're just outside. Transfer spot already, just after having half a lap without crashing. I think it's the kind of track where if you've got someone slower in front of you and you want to go and make a pass, and you take a different route, you're just going to have somebody behind you then go back into the main line that the person in front of you is in, and then pass you whilst you're trying to make a pass, if that makes sense. So Kelso, he's in a transfer spot. Where's he going? Taking the safe lines as well. Where's he going? It's actually going to be a good test to see how this rhythm works out well by the end of it. Works out pretty much the same. Oh, didn't want to be in third gear there. Or jump the shit out of Jake there. Oh, way too far off to the right. Holy. So want to just send that. Oh. I feel like they got the road very high today. Or if it's just because everybody's sitting in the same line, so the track's degrading quicker. Yeah, fuck it, let's send it. Pace isn't amazing, like Tyler is pulling away. Like just the gap to the lead is extending each time. Okay. Thank God for no reset delays in Supercross. Don't actually feel like I'm pushing at all here and my front end's just collapsing on me. I'll talk about losing a fuck ton of... Hello? I'm about to be going to an LCQ. About to get landed on, tell you that much for free. Oh, we're just cutting the track to make passes now, are we? Okay. W Callum. I mean, genuinely W Callum. I think he just took out half the pack in front of me. Pretty sure I'm sat in 9th. Really thought you was going to still have the inside line when I'm right next to you? No, sir. My inside line. P7. Oh, that was a rough last lap. I mean, what a crash. Like 3 different times on the last lap there? Not good. Not a good sign. Not a good sign at all for the racers. I mean, I think it was lucky that Callum did pass me before the whoops there, because I think... I don't know if it was his fault, but he yard sailed into 2 or 3 other people. Which just kind of leapfrogged me back up to that P8 spot. That's a very interesting track to try and come through the pack on. Interesting is definitely the word I would use. Getting the good jumps, the hard thing though, because I felt like I had a good jump there. I think a lot of it will come down to gearing. And a lot of these guys will have the quick shift shit set up through Steam input as well, so they'll be able to upshift and keep getting speed. Because if I shift from 3rd to 4th, I'm going to lose so much time. Just in that 10th of a second, less than 10th of a second, where you shut off the throttle, change gear and go again. Might have to be... I mean, I'm going to have a shit gate, to be fair. I'm going to have like 14th or so gate pick. So this could be a slam on the brakes, try and sneak up the inside of everybody job, like I was doing at the Triple Crown race. And it worked relatively well in the Triple Crown. We can give it a go. Either it's the combination of my PC and the PS4 controller for some reason doesn't allow the quick shift shit to be done. The game doesn't recognise my controller properly as soon as I start messing around with Steam input settings. So I can do it on the KTM and Husky through some like controller config shit, but to have it on, you know, like the Yamaha and all that stuff, no. Camera settings, yes, that's not where you find them. Yes, I can. Yeah, I'm sorry, Yaddy. I didn't intend to send you there. I didn't expect you to go to the inside last second. That's camera settings, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it was certainly an interesting one, Brucey. I'm not sure what to make of that. Awful track if somebody's like slightly slowing you in front of you. Because it's like, basically from the end of the whoops until probably the finish line, you're not making a pass if somebody just sits on the inside lines. Because you can be half a second, well, maybe not half, you can be like 3/10 of a second quicker than them in each corner, but if they're on the inside and you take middle, you're fucked. It comes from the way that these ruts have been built. It's like, why is the inside rut just as high, maybe if not a little bit higher than the next one over, and also gives you a better exit and slingshot onto the straight? Like this one ends here, puts you off this way, whereas the inside one wraps you around further. So unless somebody crashes on this inside, you're not passing them from these other two lines over here. So you just have to kind of sit like a good boy and wait until people make mistakes. Sometimes them mistakes don't come. Sometimes them mistakes don't happen, and you just have to sit there and accept your fate. I mean, I had plenty of mistakes in myself in that last lap. Holy. I don't know what was going on. It wasn't a composure loss. I wasn't trying to go too fast. I just took my eye off the ball for a second and started crashing because of it. The frustrating thing is that quad after the finish is just so tempting every single lap. But you have to be committed to it from the second you get into the corner. You can't get halfway around the turn and then think, okay, yeah, I'll go for it. You kind of have to be committed to it from landing here. Just with the speed and the lean angle and just everything. And it does get easier as the road comes in. So maybe it's a start the race off not doing it, and then transition to doing it. But I think a lot of it depends who's in front of you, what line they're taking. Still not sure what I like the most in here. And I like this inside rut for the whoops. It's just so difficult to actually get into it and get a good drive. It just doesn't follow the flow of the corner naturally, the angle that it is. Like you have to really square this off. It's weird. Yeah, sounds about right, Quinn. Sounds about right. So if you've not built tracks before, what the track creators have to do is they set a skybox for all of the game modes, whether it's clear, cloudy, or nighttime, or rainy, sorry. So if they've only set a skybox for sunny, like we have right now, and it's like a nighttime skybox, if you was to change that to cloudy, for example, and they've not got set up, it defaults to stock MX Bikes skybox, so yeah, it'll be daytime again. No, I'm in the main event. I'm not in the LCQ. It was close, though. I don't know, Transcend. I mean, you know my opinion on these. Ever since the pre-season tracks came out, I think the scaling's all over the place. I'm guessing you guys can't even attempt to go step over and triple here. It's this transition that's just so strange. It's like it's like you'll land this and it feels like you're like slamming into a brick wall when you hit it, so then it just bounces you up into the sky. It just comes, it's like so one-lined. So I don't know how you can look at this corner and be like, yeah, ship it. Good to go. And not see that it's just going to be everybody going to filter to the inside here. You just joined where we at. We have finished the heat races. So now we just have to wait for the LCQs to do their thing. And then it'll be 250 main event and then 450 main event. Has there been any footage of the real track yet? It would surprise me if, because this is a wider part, if they've either turned this into sand in real life, or if they've given like an insider roller here, or they've changed the way this works coming out the corner. Maybe this is lower on this side, so you have to go on off, and then outside you can go over. They've released footage on Instagram. Do you know what pages is it under, so I can just search easier? Probably like Vital or something, isn't it? Have a look at Vital. Oh no, this was 21 hours ago. Oh, it's up on YouTube, is it? I'm a bit scared of watching things on YouTube whilst streaming on YouTube. Philadelphia Presto. Please don't copyright me, Swapmoto. Big fan of my Asian guys. Love the Orientals. Please don't copyright strike me just for trying to get a snippet of what the track looks like. This is playing like shit, but I'm pretty sure it's because I'm streaming at the same time. It always does this. They've got double... They fully removed all triples, haven't they? They've removed all Supercross triples. Because that's a double-double there. That is a double-double. So, no, it's just a normal split. It's just a very, very normal split. What's the take? Ah, I want to see what the takeoff's like. Ah, yeah, there's no takeoff here. So you're going to go outside, step over double single or step over triple, or you're going to go inside, and then you're going to take off of the face of the tabletop here and jump high, and then go like double double or triple single, which is yes, right. It gives a reason for there to be a split there because the lane after it is also split. So you either go out wide and you can stay lower through the rhythm, or you go inside and you go higher through the rhythm. I like that. I'm a fan of that. They got any different angles so you can see it a little bit better? Big HJ. Oh, they made it a double because of rain in the forecast. Okay. I'll be honest, I just want to see. I suppose we're not at the right viewing part of the track to see that corner. Skip. They couldn't do it in game. Why? It's just because it's built off the track maps. You know, in real life, well, they always make changes compared to. Oh, can you see it? Hang on, can you see it in the background there? Yeah. So they've got this. These are the stakes. They're in the middle of the track. You can go inside, and this is like a roller, not a jump. So I don't think you'd be able to step onto this table from here. You have to go roll and then jump. So you're gaining time on the inside, but then you're losing time going up in the air higher. Or you can go around the outside and then quickly either go on, off, or over triple maybe. So that's how they balance it out that way. I would be a fan of them just building the track a week afterwards, but I do also believe that all of the rutted version of the tracks are just already made. And they get released each week at that point. So it's like, I think for the sake of time, they can kind of bang all the tracks out in once and then just release them once a week. I think that's why, because it is more work to then quickly rush to build a track in the space of a week. I don't feel like I really gain or lose time in this section, whether I go inside or outside. So for the sake of ease, and you haven't got to time it as well, I think outside might be the play for me. Perfect. Again, why can't I do that every lap? Got a great drive out of the inside, diagonally across the whoop, so I line up for the inside of the next corner nicely. Yeah, so it'd be the same as if I went inside here, and then you had to roll, jump, and then double, compared to outside, and then, you know, just stepping over. But then also you have the scaling issue as well. Because, I mean, you saw where I paused it earlier. Like this is the width of just a normal corner. Whereas in real life, you probably find, if this was the split in the middle, the outside is probably like here. Like there's not as much. I mean, look how like that's huge. It's such a long way out here to even want to use it. And you saw I tried using it on the first lap of that heat race. And Davey just, you know, inside, straight past, easy. No problem at all. What did they do on the sim track? Because I didn't play this week. I'm of the same opinion, Rufio. So, well, I'm not coming at Stone Rider with, you know, fucking pitchforks and stuff. I just think it's nice to have a change after this many years of the same person. Just have a different take on it. Different artist's rendition. So if you've got two chefs making the same dish, they're still going to taste different to each other. Little discrepancies, little nuances. I don't know if there's any merit or truth to this. But in terms of seat bouncing recently, I swear I go further when I just like stay sat down and pitch my bike really high upwards and just rev it to the moon and then try and tap the brake at the last second. Like if I do that and then brake right at the end, I swear I go further than just getting into the right position earlier on. Like usually I'd like stand up here and lean forwards the whole time, but like doing this, like sitting down and revving it really high and then braking at the last second, I swear it sends me further. 250s are easier to just get around a supercross track on, but they'll be harder to hit all of the rhythms consistently just because you'll need to be riding them faster and more aggressively, just from the speed difference. Yeah, there's no bounce part to it, is it? I'm just seating. What happens when you hit quad 2 single on the outside after the turn? After finish. That is the fast line. That's the qualifying line. Hippie. It's just not... It's hard to get consistently. So you'll rail this, quad that, and then you jump around, double again. Like that's the qualifying line. And then you go triple to land here. And then you can either go double triple or triple double at the end. Yeah, but trying to do that on a consistent basis, very, very difficult to do. So flip. Clean. I was wondering, so even on a 450, if you don't downside the double before the Supercross triple very well, it's hard to get over it. Like if I go a little bit long on this, like I gotta stretch it and do a little bit of back brake action to even get over it. So I was wondering how the 250s would find it. I might. Hang on, what part of the night are we in? Let me load up Talon's Twitch stream because I do need to go for pre-race poo number 2. I just want to see where he's at. I'm going to load up his stream, but I'm going to mute it for the time being just in case there's any copyrighted music. Well, actually no, he's playing it right now. He's streaming the LCQ. But last time I went and did this, I had copyrighted music once a race ended for like 10 seconds and the whole stream got demonetized because of it. So you can watch this on mute for a second just whilst I go and do that. I'll be. No, I did not fall down the toilet. I was just checking in on Linda as well, see where she's up to in the series. I bought this, by the way. We were just doing, every now and then we'll get, you know, some like snacks delivered, just chocolate and like a can of Monster or something. And this is like, you know, the cheap, like a rip-off, like Coke? Just Diet Cola, that's all it's called. 80p. Only 80p, which is like $1. Which I don't think is too bad. Because you can definitely taste it's not quite the same thing, but not a million miles off for a lot cheaper. It is 2 litres. 2 litres. Not sure what that would convert to in American units. That was a co-op. I think it's co-op own. No, it's not. It's not actual Coke. Like, it's not actual cola. Like, it is just knockoff, like, shit brand replica. Like, it's not the real thing. But just for the sake of it being cheaper. Can't go wrong for 80p. 80 pence. On the sim track, that section went inside, roll, triple dash. Yes, I think somebody said that the sim guys have... That was an interesting tracker entry from Ashford. The sim guys work with somebody that is on, like... What's it called? Like, I always go to say Earthworks, but that's the MX Bikes Discord. Dirtworks. I feel like they've got a Dirtworks person that helps them, sends them maps and stuff. Oh, you meant quad and single to the outside? I don't know. I think it's a good backup. Like, if maybe you're going to come up a little bit short on the quads, then maybe you can't angle yourself well enough to jump around the corner afterwards. Rather than forcing the line and risking crashing, like, it's a good option. But on a consistent basis, don't know if it would end up being that good. Two litre, 1 litre, and 20 ounce. See, we don't use fluid ounces on. At least I don't think we do on, like, our drinks, as will all be in millilitres. So this monster, I think this is like is this a 500? Yeah, so this will be 500 millilitres. I don't know how that translates over to fluid ounces. Isn't it something like 50? Isn't it like divisible by 10? Maybe not. I swear I've seen, like, a back of, like, a normal water before, and it said something like, I don't know. I think I'm thinking of centilitres rather than millilitres. Oh, so this is 16 fluid ounces. What's 500 divided by 16? What goes into that? So times 10 be 160, times 20, 320, 30, 480. That's a weird conversion. That's a very weird conversion. I tell you what I can say to you, Latest Uncle, as somebody that has played both games for over 5 years each. So I played like 6 years on bikes at this point, and before I even touched bikes, I had about 5 years on MX Simulator. I will say both games have their pros, both games have their cons. If you want an unbiased opinion, then I think MX Bikes is a better game from a casual community and races standpoint. Whereas if you just want to boot up a game and have fun riding around with friends, or just find servers if you haven't got friends, better game. If you are more interested in, like, the competitive, quote-unquote, esport aspect and want to take things more seriously on a more difficult game, then I think the overall infrastructure and racing on MX Simulator is better. Now, that's somebody who's got like 5,000 hours in both of the games. So it depends what you're in for. It depends what pros and cons you can tolerate more than others. That's pretty much all it is. It's all personal preference at the end of the day. I've got time for both of them. I'm happy to hop on and play both at either point. Yeah, I think a lot of the rest of Europe use kilometers, but yeah, we always use miles. I think that's something that a lot of the US get wrong as well. Do you know we always have the back and forths like, what the fuck is a kilometer and things like that. You know, the jokes made towards the UK, and it's like, I don't know, I don't use kilometers. I use miles the same as the US does. The UK is just an amalgamation. We just like stole different parts of the world where we went and conquered everything for a while. Just stole a little bit of this, a little bit of that, so it's just a weird amalgamation of everything. And then we kind of fell off. Bum 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 bum. Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream. Bum 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 bum. Let me catch up on aerial chat. See what's poppin'. Surprisingly, I don't see a whole lot of "this track sucks," which I usually see a lot of in aerial just after practice. Nah, nothing. Actually, like aerial pits is pretty quiet compared to normal. It's not stealing if you shout yoink. Does finders keepers count? Does that work? It's very nice to know that you can triple there from the inside. That is knowledge that I might need to use in the main. Because I thought my option there from the inside was just, you know, flat tracking and going double, triple. Do need to hit it well though. Can't get away with messing the rut up. I'm nervous now. I didn't have a good heat race, and now I think the main's going to go bad. Someone got a month ban for DMing a track creator slating the track. That's just being a bit of a pussy at that point, isn't it? Like, if you make a track and you put it out to the community, you should be open to all sorts of criticism. I suppose in the DMs it's probably a little bit too much. I suppose it depends what the DM consisted of. Because they're slating a track and then, you know, people take it too far and just be like, you know, you should fucking kill yourself because you make bad MX Bikes tracks. It's like, maybe no need for that. I'm guessing that they're going to be staggered races tonight since me and Dorian are the only two in the server, which means everybody else is still sat in testing, practicing. I suppose it depends if it's an admin as well. Like, people are lucky that I don't have like admin powers in aerial chat because, oh my god, the amount of people that will just get a mute just because I don't like them. Straight away, say something somewhat annoying, gone. I would abuse that shit like crazy. Just cleaning up the streets. My Discord, my rules. First Amendment means fuck all in there. Say something annoying, get on. Get them out. No freedom of speech for you. So it depends what kind of friendship level you're on with using the word cunt, because yeah, if any Australian can call another Australian cunt and it's fine. But in the UK, if you call your mate a cunt, it's fine. If you called a stranger a cunt, then there will be like big offence, like it's bad. And the more emphasis you put on the word, if you just go, oh, you cunt, or if you go, you cunt, like if you emphasise the C and the T, it hits hard. Definitely got the stream demonetised by saying that word like 10 times in the space of a minute, but, you know, it kind of proves the point. What does bellend mean? Well, surely we can put 2 and 2 together. Bellend? If you was to... I don't know what walk of life you're from. I don't know what operations you had when you was born. If you still have the skin with the number 4. Roll that bad boy back and you tell me what shape that resembles, then you can work out what bellend means. How much seasoning you put on it? Yeah, that's a good way of wording it. How much you season the C and the T. See, we're all just here learning each other's slang, that's all it is. Like, calling someone a bellend does sound better than being like, oh, you penis tip. You know? Kind of hits a bit better, rolls off the tongue nicer. Yeah, so, well, it's become an amalgamation of the one word. So if I was to type and call somebody a bellend, I would do it as one word. I wouldn't separate the two. Did you ever explain boofing to me? No, I don't think so. But what you have done, basically, me and Linda want to get a cat. Like, she's had cats all her life until she moved off to uni, and then for the last 6 years or so, at least once a week, she said that she wants to get a cat. And there's new renting, like, laws that have just released in the UK, that apply from the start of next month, where you can request to have pets in your rental property. And there is a cat called Boop, who's incredibly cute. Try and find him. Where is he? Here he is. Can I save this image? Save image. Yes. And we're hoping we get a response in time, because we'd love to inquire into this one. Just a little 11-year-old boy. Look how cute he is. His name's Boop. No, we don't have a cat already. What a cutie. Very nice. What a swell guy. Like she's had like 3 cats the whole time she was ever living at home, and it's only since she moved out that she hasn't had any, and she really wants one again. What a handsome chap. Mr. Sandman, look at him. What a little cutie. So hopefully by the time we get a reply from the landlord, I'm hoping it's not too late, because you have to go through... it would be adoption, it'd be a risk. Like, we're only looking at rescue cats, we wouldn't go and buy ones that are bred. Don't fancy supporting all that shit. You have to go through a whole adoption process and get someone out to the house to check that it's suitable, blah blah blah. But he's very, very cute. I've never owned a cat myself, personally. When me and Linda first started dating, I took her to a cat cafe a couple of times. And they've definitely grown on me. I was saying to her, like, it's all well and good you wanting a cat, but you realise I'm the fucker that's going to be looking after it because I'm home all day. So it has to be one that I like as well. I mean, we could try and claim it as an emotional support animal for her. I'm sure there's a way you can do it. I think Deegan can win outdoors this season if other people get injured. I see him getting a fair few overall podiums. I don't see him winning the whole championship, at least not in year 1. Year 3, possibly, most likely. It drops supposedly in 1 minute. Are they... Hang on. No, you're lying. 250's race first, so we have to sit and wait for the 250 main event. God damn it. God damn it. Where is he? Talon. Here he is. 250 race hasn't even started yet. Oh, you know what? Get me out of this server. I'm going back into testing for a while. Don't want to sit here doing nothing for 30 minutes. It's going to be a dogfight between him and Jet. It might be. He does also have to try and beat Hunter. And he does also have to... Actually, have we got any confirmation on if Tomac's doing outdoors? If Tomac's doing outdoors, he'll also have to try and beat Tomac. He'll also have to try and beat Sexton, as long as Sexton's not on the ground. Although I don't hold much faith for Sexton so far on the Cowie. It's not looked too great. Kenny's Supercross only. Cooper's pretty arse outdoors. Well, Cooper Webb's pretty arse outdoors. Justin Cooper might have 1 or 2 good rides. Like, he's been looking decent recently. I have a theory that Ferrandis is going to have a good outdoor season, because that Ducati's got a lot more outdoors testing and data than it does indoors. I'd love to see, like, somewhat prime Ferrandis make a comeback. Prado, I'm hoping, will be good outdoors now on the KTM. So there's a lot of people there. Whilst I would also like to see a Deegan and Jet genuine battle on the track, I feel like the media have taken it and run it way too far. Like, there are other people in the series as well. The way the media make it sound is we're going to get to Fox Raceway and we're going to have a first outdoor race Deegan and a coming back from injury Jet, and they're both going to be 30 seconds to a minute out in front battling with each other while everybody else fingers themselves in the background. I don't see that being the case. And I want to see battles, I just think it's blown way out of proportion. Yeah, I don't imagine the Cowie sales are very good right now. But then, I think people are too easy, like, people's opinions are too malleable, to be honest, because for the average rider, I'm pretty sure you could pick up any 450 and be equally fast on it. Like, we're not racing at the pro level with all these special parts on our bikes, so it doesn't, what the pro riders are doing doesn't really apply to us. I am, whoever battles who aside, I am more curious to see what the racing looks like from like an aggression standpoint. Because on the 250 side of things, I think the reason Deegan is able to get away with being so aggressive and block passing people and this, that and the other all the time is because people can't do it back to him because he's gone by the next corner. Like, there's no chance for a retaliation there. Whereas on the 450 side of things, I don't know if that would be the case. So I don't know if he's going to rein it in a little bit. I don't know if he's going to just be the same and then maybe somebody else will maybe try and give it back to him. That's what I'm curious to see. I'm interested in the dynamic there of how the big boys ride around him. It's annoying that Jason had to go and throw hands when he did, because it would be nice to see how like Hansen would react around like an aggressive battle with Deegan. So I feel like he's the kind of person that wouldn't give a shit. Like Barsha also wouldn't care much, but unfortunately I feel like Barsha speed-wise just doesn't have that ability to hang there to be able to do them kind of battles anymore. That was rapid. Did I just... I'm so zoned out right now, just talking at the same time. Did I hit far outside there? I think that's a bit faded, Rufio. I don't agree with that at all. Why have... Was I just trying to push it too hard in qualifying? Yeah, I just need to play it cool. Once I get to the last 4 or so whoops, I just need to slowly start letting off the throttle. If I just chop the throttle completely, then it's game over, because the front end's just going to dip and I'm going to crash. But if I slowly let off a bit, should be alright. That's a good point as well. I think Deegan will be having more outdoors testing and training done than a lot of the 450 boys. Oh, we're going. Hang on. We're in. We're barking.
This is the fight for what's gonna be, I believe, P2.
No, I don't think that he'll be silly on that 450 because
KC diving down the inside.
This is I've used this example before. Currently, it's a bad example
KFC,
because he is
Brad
injured.
got
But people
up
thought
into
that
him,
as soon
but
as
now he's
RJ
gonna
got
go
onto the
right under
450,
KFC and gets on
he
by
would be
him.
off in a helicopter every
Passes
single week.
Leo into P2.
But he was riding it really well until he wasn't.
So now it is Froxy.
And Deegan's
Brad,
not stupid.
and then
You know,
KFC are
he
1,
knows that the
2,
450 is a
3.
bigger bike than a 250. He's been riding them for a long time.
Ethan accidentally went
He'll
over
be
the
fine.
finish line
He'll
twice.
be
That
fine.
is why
I
he
think
puts
he'll
himself
tone it
right
down
ahead
just a
and has
little
so
bit
many
in
cuts.
terms of the amount of aggression and body language on the bike.
Sure, they would just pull that
Only a
lap
tiny bit, though.
back for him. And we got Brad sitting in P2 still with KFC just behind him. This would
I
give
also
Brad
see
the title
people
still.
saying what Jim said there,
Like I said,
whereas
he's
wasn't Deegan
23
putting down a
points
fast
up
time on 250 than
KFC, so he
450s.
just needs those 2 points to make it 25.
I don't think you can look
especially with
into
the
it
more wins that
too
he
much because the
Thanks for
track is
Brad for shooting
smoother.
up.
Some of the tracks favour the
KFC
250 bikes just
actually in the
from
final
like
lane,
tighter
laps
corners.
to go. Look at
250s can
that
get around the
triple
corners
line for
easier.
Brad, okay.
There's a lot of moving pieces to it. So whilst yeah, it's still impressive from one aspect, some tracks will just favour 250s than 450s. And I think from a factory level, them Star 250 bikes, they're pretty fucking quick. I don't think they're a million miles off of where the 450s are.
KC P3, P4 for Leo, P5 for Aqua. And then P6 is going to be where that Ethan of SRT is, the guy who's showing in P1 right now, but he's P6 on track.
Obviously still very, very impressive nonetheless.
Scoochie,
Yeah.
Volt, and it looks like Salty and Ethan right behind him. Or, sorry, Venet, not Volt. So let's go back. There's Brad trying to catch
Then you
up.
almost have to
Froxy's
wonder.
got a
I know this
decent
is all
gap, 6
hypotheticals,
seconds, it looks like.
so you don't hold too much weight in it. I'm just kind of brainstorming here.
But with Brad's speed, I mean,
So whatever track that might have
2 weeks
been,
ago, he lapped all the way up
where
to
Deegan went
P3.
faster on a 250 than the 450s boys did.
Very
Do you think
good
that if you then
chance
slap
that
Deegan
he will catch
on the
Froxy?
450 on that same
Very
track on
tight
the same
track
day
though, so
in the same
keep an eye
conditions,
on it.
he would have gone
around the
quicker
outside.
than
See
his
it's
250 lap
keeping
time
it
was,
smooth,
but
so
in the
keep an eye
450
if
session?
any changes happen up there. See
Or
Aqua,
is it a case of the tracks might have suited the 250s a bit easier in some sections, and the track got
Ethan
rougher for
in
450s than 250s?
Bennett battling here closely.
I'm hoping, this is a weird thing to even say,
Trying to cut down the inside
I'm
of Bennett
hoping he has
here.
a bit more of like a growth spurt
Could
at
not
some
make it
point,
happen
so
to
he
get up
could
into
he just
that
gets like,
P6
you know,
spot.
bigger, like a little bit taller as well, because that will help him a lot,
Right now,
just having that more
7,
leverage on the
8,
bike.
7.
I know obviously like Ricky, for example, insane, short guy.
Looks
But I don't think it's a secret that muscling around a 450 is
battling for
harder
eighth
to
with
do.
Dennis right behind him. So this is a battle for P8 right now with Ethan of Wax and Scoochie.
Deegan would go
You got
2 seconds
Dr.
faster than
Gio just
everybody.
behind
That's
him.
exactly why I don't buy any SPEC
Oh, looks
setups.
like Mika having a bit of problems right
It's exactly
behind
why you
them.
send them to me for free splash.
Over the finish
Crazy
line,
work.
5 minutes, a third of the way into this, and it looks like Salty tucked in front in there after the finish line. Liposek is going to get by, and then we see Oleroy and Keelan just behind them. So even more battles backwards.
I know a lot of people
Forward
wanted to see him like
Dennis and
do
Scoochie,
a
Dr.
last
Gio
round of
trying to make their
450s
way
or something
by
in
him.
Supercross,
Check
but
up and go
what you
Dustin
have
in
to
the
understand
corner.
is that family
And
is
then
very
inside, he can still
heavily
get the triple in,
social
and he
media
does.
and marketing
Gets up by
minded.
Scoochie here. He cannot
So
even
they
conceal
gain
in the
nothing
corner
from
as he
doing
check
that.
up.
The hype for them is building up to a first 450 Supercross at an
Scoochie
Anaheim
coming
1,
across in
or
the
building up for a first
loop, goes
450,
down,
you know, proper race
colliding with
at
Dr.
outdoors.
Gio.
There is no benefit to them from a
So we got
hype,
Liposek getting
suspense,
by him.
sales, marketing standpoint for him to go and do
So Bennett is now
a
back
last
with
round or two of
Ethan
Supercross on the
Wax
450,
Racing, then you got Dennis
or doing it on a
Dr.
250
Gio.
clip bike.
And then move forward to Ethan of SRT is just up ahead of it looks like Bennett, so it puts him in P6.
Sasha Kunin might never ride a 450. That's somebody that would scare me getting him on a 450 because bro is a whiskey on a 2.
And see, keep an eye on live timing. Looks like Brad has brought it down to about 5 seconds, maybe 4 seconds. So it occasionally teeters on that line for him. Ethan holding on strong. Oh,
All these boys are
he
swapping. Hold
says
on to
that-
it.
Oh, commentator's curse, just like
Rest in
that.
peace,
Goes
Ethan,
down
indeed.
at the end, gets squarely in the whoops,
Where's all
and
the
then goes
fast
down
boys? That's
right
Brad.
after him in the berm.
Froxy's second.
Now he's got Dr.
Actually, I think
Gio
Froxy
and
probably would have gone
other
up into the
Ethan
lead
right
now that Ethan just
behind
went
him.
down.
So this is the battle for, I think, P8
No,
now.
he still got the lead actually. He only lost about 2 seconds, unless
Looks like Dennis trying
Froxy
to
also
square
crashed
Bennett.
at some point.
Ooh, as Bennett kind of cuts him off there.
no idea.
There you go. Over the finish line, got Bennett, Dennis, and then Ethan of SRT, and then you got the Ethan of Wax ahead of Dr. Gio and Liposek. As Froxy has just now got by the other Ethan.
Too many Ethans on this game, if you ask me.
The cuts, so now it's slowly gonna
Abolish
start to
all
go back
Ethans.
down, but it looks like someone had a problem that might have
One
been
in chat,
Liposek.
One in
and then
250s
Dennis
here,
and
one
the
in
other
NA
Ethan are gonna get by him.
450s. Get rid of them all. Too many of them.
So now we just got to keep an eye on this. God,
I think there's different levels to it though, Stumpy, because if you take Tomac as a prime example, Tomac's a bigger guy, so he can muscle that 450 round a lot easier. I think what they're saying is an exact, like you can ride a 450 on the limiter, aggressive bulldog style, but I think the way that Deegan throws the 250 around as well with all of the extra body language and stuff will be hard to translate exactly 1-to-1 from 2 to 4. I don't doubt that he can ride aggressive and give a lot of input. It's doing that exactly as he is now for a full set of 2 30-minute plus 2 races. That's where I think people are questioning it. I don't think they're saying you can't do it full stop. I think it's saying as aggressive as he is will be very hard to do.
That might be the line that is, you know, giving him.
Do need to hop over into my server quickly.
A good lap. You see him constantly getting these fast laps here. That see him constantly throughout the race at least. Just barely going quicker and quicker. He has a 52.6, which I think is not as quick as his qualifying time of a 51.7 or 51.9. I think it was.
Have a bit on football matches. Yeah, I used to, but too much of a degenerate. I've got a very addictive personality, so as soon as I start doing something, I can't stop.
Froxy's down.
So I would probably
going on
very
his
quickly
start
put
streak. Now
myself
Brad is gonna
into
be right there to
unrecoverable
try to
debt.
make a
So I
pass
stopped
on him.
myself from doing any
Froxy
gambling
having
at
trouble
all.
with some lappers, finally got by him, went down on his own, and Brad is looking to make a pass into the lead and make it another win in a row. I think that bumps him up to 3, maybe 4 in a row now. I think it's just 3, but tripling to the inside makes the pass just like that.
Every time I
on
read
his own
CBR,
line, and
Chesco
Froxy
Boys,
cannot capitalize
I
going
always
into
think
the
of
tough blocks. Now
CBS
he's
for
gonna
Chase
brace for
Black
the
suspension.
lappers.
Every
So
time, without a
Brad,
doubt.
just like that, even
I
moves
always
all
get the
way
two
out of the way.
mixed up with each
Like
other in my head.
nothing can take him down, even colliding with lappers midair. So that line of the triple to the inside. Don't know if we'll see any 450
I've got
riders
300
doing that,
viewers
but
and the
man,
annual
that
stream
is
has
a
got
line that
40.
looks like only he is doing in this 2v classes. Brad
I mean, I've
front
been doing
flips
it for a lot
through the
longer.
hoops
You know,
and
people
down
have built
he
up
went.
kind of like
Sorry, that was
a...
Froxy, not Brad.
What's the word for it?
And then
Where you build
KSC
up a
is too
relationship
far
with your
back to make
streamers.
anything happen because of it. So
Something social.
just like that, Brad is in the lead, and I think that's going to be 3 in a row for him.
I've used this word quite often,
Just
actually.
build
Like
on that kind
parasocial.
of-
Parasocial, yeah. People build up parasocial relationships, so I guess that people have like an affinity to me after a while, which I do appreciate. Very happy that we can still stream these races to 300 people or so every single week. It means that I must be doing something right still. So I appreciate it. Oh, actually, no, perfect time to mention it whilst we've got quite a few people in there. What's everybody's thoughts on a donate-a-thon starting next month? Probably on the Saturday, which I think is the 2nd of May. Yay, nay? Yay, nay, gay? Maybe? Not sure. Perhaps. Been a very long time. Don't think we've done... Have we done one this year? Don't think we've done one this year. Might be time. Might have to get her going again. June? Nah, next month works well. I always like doing them right at the start of a month if it can fall onto a weekend, and it does. You need money for donate-a-thon. Well, I need money, which is why I'm doing donate-a-thon. Like, she wants to adopt a cat, which is going to cost quite a lot, you know, getting cat supplies and, you know, bedding, furniture and all that good stuff to make sure cat has a good time. But then also, she's been really on to me recently about going away on vacation. She has not left the country on vacation in about 10 years, she said. And me and her went away within the UK like 3 years ago. And we need to go away. And she is very, very, very bad at saving money. So I think it's going to fall onto me. So I need to lock in and start doing some saving of my own. So yeah, donate-a-thon. That's what we need. That's what we're going to rock with. Choose a gate. Yeah, well, we're going to have a bad gate anyway. That's fine. Gate 3. Lake Como. I've not heard of that. I feel like I'm about to get one guide. You set me up for a joke here. 300 if I get P1 today. That's true. No pressure or anything, right? I mean, all of that's going to be gone anyway as soon as the next month comes around. As soon as the rent and then the gas and electricity bills come through, bosh, all gone. It's in Italy. I went to Italy once and it was okay. I feel like Italy's very much a walk around and look at places holiday, whereas I imagine her as well are very much for going and doing things holidays. So, you know, going to like Canary Islands and riding ATVs up the side of volcanoes and shit like that. That's my kind of holiday. You have a couple of days of going out and doing, you know, adventurous, sporty things, and then you have a couple of days of like laying around by the pool as well. A little bit less, a little bit of that. Need to start making money with some AI things. I'm too much of a retard to like know where to start with things like that. I'm not very business inclined, very business savvy, very marketing savvy. That's why you find people like Troy and Reaper and Kelso doing like so good with all their short form content. And it's just like, I don't know, like what people want to see or like what to do or like how to self promote and self market and things like that. I'm too much of a fucking idiot. I'm too too retard, too unk. Going on a 7-day cruise to Greece next month. Haven't actually thought of like looking down the cruise route. I feel like cruises have got to be more expensive, you know, just like normal flight and hotel holidays. But Greece is somewhere as well that we looked at a couple times, you know, like Rhodes and places like that. And Crete. The issue, like, I love a place like Tenerife, where they've got, you know, like the biggest water park in the world, because I know she'd love stuff like that. But the travel companies also know that everybody loves that shit, and the like Canary Island prices these days are so insane because it's where everybody goes. Yeah, it's a little bit outside the range, I would have thought. We'd probably want to spend, so for like flights and accommodation for a week, we'd probably be looking at 1.2 to 1.5 each, which is pounds. So maybe like 2k USD each, which is still it is still expensive. Like, you can get some good stuff for that. It's just trying to find the right place, because for me, any time spending that kind of money, I need things to be perfect, or I will get too stressed. I'm very much a planner. Like, if we're going away, that scared the shit out of me. Oh, Farrier, you absolute legend. You're a man of your word. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate the 10 gifted. Very kind man. Wait, have I just closed something I shouldn't have? Oh, no, it's good. Oh, hang on. I'm going to have to hear this 10 times. Oh, am I? Yeah, right. I'm muting that because I don't want to hear that 10 times. Thank you, Farrier. Little background behind that. After Supercross last week, I saw Farrier was streaming the Krakenberg race on Twitch, so I hopped in last minute, and I got the win there, and there was money up for grabs, so he just said he'd drop it off next time I was streaming, so what a guy. Thank you very much. It was a fun time. It's nice being able to play Krakenberg without having to be entertaining at the same time. I enjoyed doing it. You should see, anytime I get on a plane, I sit, before we take off, I sit in that seat watching every single passenger walking down the aisle get into their seats. As soon as I see a child, I death stare the fuck out of them, praying that they do not sit down in front or behind me. Because if it's even like a 4-hour flight to Spain, and I have a kid behind me, oh my god, I get so rattled. Just fucking kicking you in the back, because all parents these days are dog shit and can't control what their children do. Kicking you in the back, playing on their fucking games loud as fuck. So like, headphones exist as well, we'll just plug them in, please, I beg. Oh, they piss me off so much. And that just gets in my head, and then I turn into an angry, miserable fucker until we'll finally get to the hotel at the end of the night. Hate them. I had a kid in front of me once before that was just, you know, like, banging on the back of their chair over and over again, whilst I've got the tray down in front of me with my food on, like, banging it about. So I put the tray up and I kicked the kid in the back instead, in the back of the chair. And the dad fucking turned around and stared me out, and I stared him back. He didn't fucking say shit, because he knew what was going on. It's like, how about you control your fucking child? How about that? Ban children from aeroplanes. Make adult-only aeroplanes, please. Because you get adult-only hotels. You can get adult-only resorts, but I'm not sure if that exists on the flying aspect yet. Now, to be fair, the dad was like the... How do I... You know, like typical nerdy? Where he's got like... he's bald on top with the hair around the sides, got glasses, all that stuff. So he wouldn't do shit. I say vacation because I have quite a big American audience. Like, I would say holiday, but then I feel like I'd have people making fun of me for saying holiday. I just feel like parents are too scared to discipline their kids anymore, so the kids can get away with anything. I remember, I must have been like 10, something like that, and my parents had friends round, and I think I was just bat-chatting my dad constantly, being just like gobby little cunt, there you go, we'll use the word. He took me out to the kitchen, grabbed me by my throat, and picked me up by my throat and pinned me against the wall and said, basically, fucking listen to what I tell you, do what you're told. Didn't argue with him again since, so it does work. I'm all for tough parenting within reason. Obviously, don't beat your kids, but you can scare them once or twice into submission. Didn't argue back with him after that. And I feel like we're lacking a lot of that now. I don't understand the parents that fly with like a 1-year-old baby. So, like, baby's not going to remember the holiday. So, why are you now subjecting all of us to a shit flight with a screaming child for 4 hours? Fucking leave them with your parents or don't go away. If you want kids, just wait until they're older. I looked at it quickly. Selfie, are you able to give me any more information about like dates and things like that? Because usually the day and the time are quite dependent on if I'm able to do those sorts of series. But I think I would probably want to race it rather than commentate it. What's the best tea to drink? I don't know. I don't drink tea. Not a tea enjoyer. I vividly remember one experience. Obviously, I just used the example that my dad done on me, like pinning me against a wall. And I remember cycling around the block with him and my brother before. So like he was walking and me and my brother were on our little push bikes when we was both little. My brother's younger than I am. And we was going through this field that had like just been ploughed, so you know how the dirt gets, and it's like hard to pedal through that, especially on like a BMX bike, not a mountain bike. And my brother was getting more and more frustrated and he basically just stopped and like threw a tantrum and said he's not doing it anymore. So, and instead of like playing into it, like I know my mum would have, she'd be like, oh, it's fine, come on, and she would like push the bike for him. My dad just carried on walking. And he was like, just leave him, he'll catch up. And he just sat there like crying, and then, you know, if you don't turn around and if you don't pity him for a while, if you just show him a bit of tough love, he soon got up and caught back up with us by pushing it. And there's just certain things that I just don't feel like people get taught anymore. I don't know if that is just old age thinking, but I do think just kids get away with so much now. Fuck me, I sound like such an old man. It's weird because I'll hate kids, but I went to Birmingham Arena Cross this year with the AJP boys, went inside my first casino ever, and I thought, because I've never been in one before, like I still felt like a kid. I was like, I don't belong in here. They don't know I've never been into a casino before. It's like I'm 30 years old and go wherever the fuck I want. Right. Race time. Let's lock the fuck in. Game has not got a good gate. So we'll see how this jump goes out of the gate. If it's not good, if I'm not like half a bike length ahead of anybody, we're going to check up. We're going to try and tuck underneath everybody. We have got some high ping individuals on the inside, which is not ideal. I always am next to somebody that kind of leaves and comes back again, or maybe they're lagging. There's a Reed next to me. Right. Right, display capture, that's fine. That's fine, we should be good to go. I let go of the clutch too early. Unfortunately, I can't move when I'm already in the air. I'm just gonna hug up the inside here, everybody. No point going outside and getting past. Same here, can't make any time up here. I shouldn't have tried going inside there, I should just filter to the middle. Trying to give Troy some room, I don't want to take him out. Oh. Fuck's sake. Whole fucking section's messed up now. Why is everyone so fucking slow? fuck me, what a dog shit track for passing anybody on. Like half the tracks I've been this year. Like if the fast line and the slow line both filter to the inside, what are you meant to do? I'm stuck in that just horrible, like, around P10 position where everyone's just half a second slower. But you can't do anything about it. And yes, I realise I jumped onto the back of him, so where else am I meant to try and make a pass? If you can't pass someone when they mess up a rhythm section, what else are you meant to do? I'm stuck in this shit area where, like, there's 5 people in front of me that are just slow. Just slower than me, but you can't get around them. Because everything all filters into the same line. Oh my god. Fuck. What a shit track. And the alternative rhythms are just so slow. I've taken Dorian out twice already, I think, so I'm expecting him to hit me, and it would be very, very justified. P3 is still only 7 seconds up the road, and we got 11 minutes plus 1. Just fucking can't, man. What is the testing process when these tracks are built? Because I'm fucking convinced there isn't one. That was a double, by the way, that I didn't even get close to on a 450. What are the 250 boys doing? Why does... Why does Dorian go slow as fuck when you're right on his arse, but then as soon as you pass him, he's going a million miles an hour? I can't shake him now. Trying to be smart, I messed up the corner a little bit. Didn't think I'd get the quad clean, so we checked up. Still 10 seconds off of a podium though. I'm fast enough to get there, like I'm gaining on them and just keep fucking things up. Been messing up trying to take alternative lines, but I think I just need to tank the rough stuff and see how it goes. I'm gonna fucking vomit, what's wrong with me? Skill issue has reached full force. Oh, we're into lappers as well. Away from the bows, you fucking retard. Oh. I tried taking an alternative line and messed it up. Maybe the motorbikes just aren't for me gamers. I try way too hard and then end up doing worse. Gonna lose to JS7 on cuts. I got like 3 seconds from all of my off-track excursions. Yeah, it's a bit of a nothing burger of a race, unfortunately, gamers. Don't know what to say. Absolutely horrific racetrack. I say the tracks for racing, I think, have been consistently just getting worse and worse and worse as this race has gone on. Unfortunately, Speedjohn, unless you're on air racing in the moment, your opinion's as irrelevant as everybody else's is, unfortunately. Like, I know what's going on, I know what I'm feeling at the same time. The issues that I'm having is, let's take this rhythm section in particular, whether you're going triple-double, triple-triple, double-triple, or quad-single, it all filters to here, you know? It all filters into like one line afterwards where you double out. That's where my issue is. The flip side is if you don't like my opinions, you can just not watch at the same time. It's exactly the same thing. If you don't like what's being said, nobody's forcing you to be here. I can promise you, you might be much smarter, much better than me at many things when it comes to life in general. At this game, I know much more than you do. If that upsets you, by all means, you're allowed to be angry at me. But no one's forcing you to be here if you don't like what I have to say. In the same way that people are jumping in, you know, if there's 3 or 4 people arguing with you about the same thing, then you might be the one in the wrong. I'm saying you might be taller, more handsome, better in real life. You know, when it comes to MX bikes, it's kind of my thing. It's kind of what I do. It's what I've been doing. I've been through all kinds of OEM bikes. I've been through all kinds of tracks and styles of tracks. If I'm blaming a track for something, there's usually a good reason for it. If you want me to fly around the track and show you the one line that everybody is taking in every single corner, and then explain to you why it's not been a great racetrack, then I can do that. And I am doing that. I'm flying around the track right now to show you where it's one-lined and where it's not one-lined. You see a nice bit of a road in this outside, nothing on middle or inside. just one trail on the far left of the whoops here, one massive deep trench on the inside here, one massive deep trench on the inside here. So it's not based on nothing. There is things that go into it. And whilst I appreciate viewership, you can't sit there and argue with everybody else if they're trying to, you know, say one way or the other. I think it's a pretty good general consensus that the tracks for this year for racing, again, keyword, let's put it in quotation marks and capitals, racing, for racing, remove them from the racing aspect, just riding and testing, perfect, brilliant, good fun tracks. Racing, they haven't really been very good for it. GP tracks on the flip side, I've loved for racing. I think they're very, very good. But most of the time, some good different line choices. But then there's also situations, you know, where you know it's not biased, because if you take Germany last week, I had a very, very good Germany on Monday, but the whole middle sector of Germany was shit for racing. It was very one-line trenchy, but the other two sections, pretty damn good. So it's not just out of nothing. And to sit there and say that I complain 24/7, then I just know that you're not here very often either. The last 2 weeks especially, we've been having a great time. So I'm happy that you got the attention that you wanted with the rage bait comments. Don't watch. Go watch somebody else. That's all there is to it. Go and watch somebody else.
GG's UNC.
Thank you very much,
You were
Evans.
happier riding the non-meta bikes and having
Yeah,
fun.
I think the expectations
Loved
go
seeing you
up a lot.
enjoy the game the last few weeks.
But then
Head up
even
less than 3.
I would say the back like 7 or so minutes of that race, I feel like I was barking. I was hitting the quad every single lap after the finish, and I was looking up at the time to like, I think Jake was in 3rd, Troy was in 4th, I don't know who was in like 5th, but the individual times to them just didn't move at all. Like, did not move. No, I was bad. That wasn't me, by the way. My hands are off the keyboard. I was got rid of them. Yeah, the timer didn't move, so everybody was just going exactly the same speed there for a long time. It was just a bit of a nothing race. Yeah, we've had them in the past. Yeah, we went Tryhard for a week. Didn't go particularly well. I mean, I still feel like speed-wise, it was pretty fucking good. It felt like in that first half of the race, every time I tried to take a different line to pass somebody, or I was in a different line to somebody, the lines came together. And it's like jumping onto the back of Dorian after the finish line is 100% on me. But I don't know where else I'm meant to go over the course of a lap to try and make a pass on him. If he's messed up a rhythm section in front of me, and I'm trying to jump to the inside, and then he also happens to go to the inside whilst I'm in the air. I can't move once I'm in the air. I don't know where I'm meant to go. No idea where I'm meant to go at all. I haven't actually, so that little bit I showed up on stream earlier of the press day is all I've seen. I've not seen too much else of what goes into it. So I'll be curious to see how the real one rides and races. It'll be interesting, but if we do want to end on very, very positive notes, we have a dedicated wet round on Monday for GPs. Like a dedicated, the actual base terrain is built to ride like a wet track, not just a normal track's been built and they're slapping on rain. Did anybody, actually, will I be able to show this without getting any kind of like copyright issues? If I type in, actually, let's just get pictures instead. 2025 MXGP Agueda, whichever way you want to word it. Is Agueda Castilla-La Mancha? Or am I faded? Is that in Portugal? That says that's in Spain. Why is it showing up pictures of that? A little bit, Troy. I'm just angry at the tracks in general at the moment, so don't listen to what I'm saying. Every time I try to take an alternative line to pass anybody, it's just either a second slower than the main line, or the line they're in filters into the line I'm in anyway. This is what Portugal looked like in real life last year. So, safe to say it's going to be built like a mudder. Which I'm very, very excited for. Very, very happy for. Can we have the... Why does the cookie banner reappear when I zoom in? It's not there when I'm zoomed out. Okay. Yes, it's very, very wet. Looks very happy. What a happy man. That's me. Me after every Supercross race this year. Should we make a comeback for next week? Maybe, just for that one. No, it would be good fun. Where's the picture of... How do you spell Sasha? How do you spell Coonan's name? Where's that picture of him? It was Sasha, wasn't it? It wasn't Lucas. There's a picture of him getting stuck in a mud pile and he just like front flips over the front of the bike because the bike just stands still. I'm surprised it's not like the first result. I mean, that looks horrific. Like that's like my worst nightmare from a real life racing perspective. Oh, that was Spain, that doesn't count. Wasn't it Australia? No, I mean, Lucas crashes everywhere, but no, there's a clip from Agada because I was watching it when it happened. Actually, I've done an Instagram post on it. See if I can find it. Also hate when they do shit like this, like fuck off with your Michael Moserman piano segue. I'm trying to watch the racing. Be gone. How long ago was it? I actually think there was a period of time where I actually posted on Instagram. So it might be a ways back. Here it is. Yeah, this was Lucas Coonan last year. So if we ain't having random crashes like this, it ain't a true mudder. This is, if anybody knows the GP track, this is after you hit the finish line. I'll show you. He's you every race. So it was the top of this. So he hit this finish jump and he just carried on going straight and then just like went into a pile of slop off the edge of the track and went over the front of it. Yeah, I'm hoping... I don't know what B Clay's going to do. I might sneak into his DMs and see if he can send me any screenshots of it because... What, from your guys' perspective, if a race is a mudder... I don't think the mudders are particularly bumpy anywhere. But they're more like long, drawn-out ruts. But the issue that you have on MX bikes is you can't make ruts too skinny because the bike will just ping out of them and crash. So let's say you had like this corner and you've got like 4 or so super deep ruts you have to filter into. There'll be a flat bit somewhere that people will just ride on, so I don't know what BK is going to do. I would even be for... You know how at some wet races you get like a massive like slop corner where there is just one trench? I would be for him just adding unrideable rough in a... Not everywhere, because it would make the racing stupid. But in like a corner, make unimaginable rough and cross ruts like Xing over each other that were impossible to ride through. and then just have like the one trench you have to kind of filter your way through and tiptoe around. I think he said he's experimenting with different soil types. So we'll see what he ends up coming up with. It's got to be, it's hard because I swear in real life, mud moves. Like you can kind of cut across from one side of the track to the other. Whereas if you've got lots and lots of like long skinny ruts around an MX Bikes track, you're locked into that rut. You're not moving, you're not getting out of it. So I don't know what he's going to do. I don't know how he's going to make it. Oh, he's here actually, never mind. It feels like a mudder from many winters of racing. Do you have any screenshots I can show, Brad, or are we not that far along yet? Even if it's just base blender terrain. I'm interested to see what you've done with the roughness and the ruts, how you've built them. I imagine most of the difficulty is just going to come from the lack of traction with different soil types. I'm just trying to, I'm trying to think how you translate a real-world mudder to that kind of feeling in bikes, and I don't think you can without it being shit in certain places. You know what it's like. You could have, it could rain all day. You'd have just nothing but slop, and then you get like that one slight dry line that forms on the edge of the track. But that'd be bad for racing. Yeah, this is JV's track from 2 years ago. I don't think the layout of Agada's changed. I feel like it's quite samey. I much prefer the way that it runs now than when it used to run backwards. I hated the layout where it ran this way around. Didn't enjoy it at all. We do get a few outspoken people every now and then about the complaining. And I don't know the best way of explaining it. There's two ways to look at it. One is you are not a competitive player if you don't complain about things whilst you're competing, like if things aren't going as you want. And the second one is, again, you can fuck off. That is the shortest black and white to the point. If you don't like something, why? Well, if you don't like what I'm doing, why are you watching me do it? Because we know it's not general, like, complaints. It is heat of the moment, being annoyed at how something is going. It always has been that way. It always will be that way. For as long as I'm doing it. It's never going to change. It's who I am as a person. But it's an issue with being a creator as well, because I have this in Discord sometimes also, where I might give an opinion on something, one very outspoken person will disagree with it, and then other people will kind of like share the same opinion as me and almost back it up, and that one person that's in agreement will be like, oh, why are you all dick riding Linz for? And it's like, they're not. You're just talking to 4 or 5 different people with different opinions to you. So have you thought that you might be wrong in this scenario? But no, they don't. They don't think that. Send a little screenshot. Oh, you got the video? How are you finding recording the videos, Brad? Oh my fucking Christ. That looks like it's wet. That looks like it will ride very wet. I almost kind of want to be $100 donation, and I'll show it on stream. Hang on, I'm taking this in myself. I'm just watching. Trying to work out where we are. Oh, I know where we are. Okay. The one thing that I don't want to happen is for things to become just very, very inside or outside dominant, which I think is going to be so hard to achieve from a track building standpoint. So if nobody knows where we are on the track right now, hang on, I'll show you in game, and then I can show you there as well. So this is where we are in game. So you've got start straight, and then you've got this part of the track that loops and joins back onto the start straight. This is here. So this is the start straight coming down and up the hill, and this is going down the hill, looping back onto the start straight. So this is the mechanic straight. You come along, you got the wall jump just before it, like underneath my face cam. You come along, roller, turn right up the hill, turn left back down the hill. Like she's rutty. She's rutty. So he said not much roughness. And I'm curious to see. So in sections like this, is this an... Okay, so you'd be coming around here to the right, and you're exiting this corner. So let's say you're on this inside rut. I'd be curious to see how this works here, where it kind of splits off into three, and seeing how deep these are in comparison, because I like that. I think that's cool. And I do also think that incentivizes you to take maybe one or two different lines. So say this second rut here doesn't split off into as many, so you can kind of follow this one through. That'll incentivize people to take this middle rather than just going far inside because your wheel's going to slip as you exit, or far outside because it's going to split into two as well. I'm very curious to see how it's going to ride, because we've not... The only true wet race we've had was a PCK, I think it's called PCK Supercross race from last year, and they made like a proper mudder. I think corners like this might end up being quite inside dominant. Well, actually, no, I think there's a roller here, so maybe not. Maybe like second line, because there's not much point going around the outside here. You're just making the track longer than it needs to be. I'm excited for it. I'm very curious to see how the bike handles like these forks in the rut where it splits off to multiple different lines. This must be a bitch to do with the like terrain size as well, Brad, with trying to make things not too pixely. I don't think there's anything you can do to make it... Like, there's going to be one or two ruts that, if you get to the top of them, they are going to ping you, but I don't think there's anything you can do about that. Yeah, I'm curious to see how high they go compared to how deep they go. What I mean by that, we'll do our best pirate software impression again. What I mean by that is, if the track... So this is... We're on the ground level. The track's just like flat. If there was... So what I'm curious is, at the moment, we have ruts that are kind of like built up like that, and then kind of to there. They don't go like down into the ground much. Say this is inside of the corner, this is outside, and you're kind of flowing around a rut like this. A lot of the ruts at the moment are built like this, so you've got the ground level and then you kind of lock into the rut. What I'd like to see a little bit more of is, say the rut only goes that high, but then it goes down, and then you've got the inside, so you kind of have to drop down into the ground to hit it. Does that make any sense? Am I drawing that well enough? I'm just curious. I'm curious to see how it's gonna ride. Just looks different. Looks fun. Cannot wait to see how angry everybody gets on Monday. But there's been enough. There's been enough warning. They should be ready ahead of time. Some of them go down to where it feels like you're scraping foot pegs. That's cool. I'm going to do an even worse drawing for you now. So one issue, and can't blame the OEM team for this because they are at the mercy of the community a lot of the time. How do I explain this? I'll try and find my bike in the pits. Where am I? There I am. So the issue you've got at the moment, collisions on bikes, you've got like a collision on the bottom of the forks here. You've got a peg collision, you've got like a swing arm collision. But I don't believe the collisions are actually where they are. So you find you can drag pegs in corners without it hindering you, without foot peg physically touching the ground. They've kind of like shrunk the collisions in. So what tends to happen is we can get cranked over really, really far in the rut. So what this will hopefully do, again, is if we're looking at this like straight on, I'm just going to do like a square for reference, is that if this is your rut, and this is a bike's tyre, and let's say your foot pegs are here, and you're like lent, so you're lent over turning, if this foot peg hits the ground here, you'd expect it to kind of like slow you down or hinder you a little bit or stand the bike upright. At the moment, the collisions for the peg might only be like here. So it's not actually hitting the ground yet, so you can crank the bike over quite far. Whereas what it sounds like on this is if this is your rut, this is your tyre, and your pegs are here, you've got like no wiggle room to crank that bike over really far. So you have to lean the bike over enough to get around the turn, but not too far to where you start scraping foot pegs on the ground and causing the bike to stand itself up and crash, which I like. There's going to be a lot more precision to it. You've only got like this much wiggle room to work with, so it's going to force you to slow down. So I'm here for it. I think it'll be good fun. Yeah, I don't think there are any tracks like that to practice on unless I still have that wet PCK track in my game. If anybody in chat has any idea what that wet PCK track was, what round it was or anything, I'm happy to quickly download it if I don't have it and put it in my game and show everybody. But this isn't from like a... Is it this one? Oh, it's this one. This isn't from a rut perspective. This is from a soil perspective. So I'm going to put this on rainy as well. I'm hoping it will ride similarly to this in terms of traction. 4K is quite computer intensive. So when you then have 30 other bikes creating a road and deforming the 4K texture or 4K terrain, it will be very, very framey. I don't even know what setup to use it. Let's just slap on like the Rex one. This is the only thing that I can think of in comparison to how it's going to be. It's all going to be very momentum based. People say this looks AIDS, but you know, if you've ever ridden on a true mudder in real life that is just pure slop, it can feel like this until you've got a bit of momentum behind you. Oh god, I've not ridden this in a very, very long time. You're on regular soil. Is that just... Well, actually, I haven't tried it in the rain. But I'm not sure what happened last OEM update, but soil has more traction than soft soil does now. On dry conditions. The reason I know that is because I'm a big JV Linkoping enjoyer. And that track uses soil, I believe. And that track, people used to complain about how slippery it is. But now, since the last OEM update, the track is very, very grippy. But that might not apply in the rain. Because don't you have to, for like OEM for tyres and stuff, don't you have to tweak the value per soil type per condition? I think someone did say to me that actually sand in the wet is incredibly grippy. Right, I'm fifth gear here, quarter throttle. And we sliding. Oh! So now you got to add into the picture as well that we're going to have ruts all the way around where foot pegs are going to be dragging. So they've now got a little bit of rhythm going. A little bit of rhythm. Oh, a little bit of momentum. Oh. Might just whack it in like third or fourth gear and just lug her around the entire track. Can you get over the finish line? This feels like going back to beta 17 again. It would also be fun if there was a way. It wouldn't really work in bikes because the third-person players don't have to pull tear-offs. It would be nice if there was a way of making goggles get dirtier under certain conditions. Because I know we get the little like specks of dirt on it. Can you imagine if you just get a full like wad of dirt that just blocks half of the side of your screen? I think this will be sick to watch. I think the racers are probably going to get very frustrated, but it's just going to be an endurance race. It's all going to be about patience. Should we do, actually, let's do a little test before I disappear. That's 120 rear tyre. Let's mess around with the 110, see what it's like. I don't know why I keep seat balancing. I've not got the speed to double. I don't know why I'm trying. Obviously, Supercross outdoors is going to be completely different. I think outdoors you'll be able to keep a little bit more momentum up, especially if you've got the deeper ruts to help you bank off of. Oh, I'm excited for it. Don't know what bike to use though. I was messing around. I've got I had a Fantic Supercross setup that is good for whoops at high speeds because it's got like quite a quick rebound and compression, so the back wheel basically doesn't leave the floor for very long. And I was messing around on Germany. I put it in the wet, and it actually rides okay. It actually rides pretty good. Let's try it around it. Aero 85 class going to be fucked. The Aero 85 tyres might just be insane on all tracks, because I know the 85 tyres are very, very, very grippy. PCK killed this track. Guess that's a good killed, not bad killed, like good killed. But yeah, the reason for it again is because the PCK tracks didn't release until the week after, or like 2 weeks after, so they could copy it like for like. I'm not fully decided on the bike for Monday, I'll be honest. Maybe Fantic. Mess around with it a bit more. And we could always try busting out the TM again. Because I imagine if the tracks are really, really wet... Oh, look at this. Instantly just tracks better for some reason. If it's wet, I don't imagine we're going to be jumping very many big jumps and throwing big whips, which was what the TM's downside was. Yeah, for some reason, the Fantic and this setup just hooks up much, much better than the Yamaha was. So, TM300. No, funny you say that. I did mess around on it, and I was still having more success on the other bikes. I even went down the 350 route as well. I messed around on 350s in the wet too. Like, this wet race could be my moment to get on the podium again, you know? So I've been preparing for it. Tokyo! Just gonna have to try sitting down a lot more than I'm used to. I moved a lot of sitting in corners out of my memory like 2 years ago. Yeah, as long as you've got a little bit of rhythm going, feel the rhythm, feel the rhyme, get on up, it's bobsleigh time, you're good. You just need to keep that rhythm the entire time, or that happens, and then you've got to try and get going again. You can still do all the jumps. Have you managed to... I mean, I suppose actually Portugal doesn't have that many jumps that you have to send, is there? It's just the 2 finish jumps and the 1 tabletop before that, like next to the start straight. Other than that, it's just kind of like rollers. You got the weird dragon's back thing, but you can kind of like double your way through there if need be. This is definitely one of them things that's only going to appeal to a rare few people, like myself, probably Chase, probably someone like Rum, you know. Reese will probably have a good time doing it. Probably find, you know, like people like Jams or Alpha, the people that like the enduro stuff, they'll have a good time with it. The normal people that just like going as fast as possible everywhere, they are going to have an awful time. I even like how easy it is to get cross-ride. Like, if I'm a little bit outside to the left or right of these ruts, they make me pay for it. It's taking such patience right now to double my way around and check up everywhere and make sure that I'm downsiding the jumps the right amount. It wouldn't surprise me. I'm going to say this way ahead of time. Feel free to clip it and ship it if this comes true on Monday. Would not surprise me if 250s have faster lap times than 450s. Just from the traction perspective. I reckon so. I'm trying to think. I think JV's linker ping was soil, not compact soil. So if I load up JV's linker ping and put it on rainy, that should be a similar traction to what we're expecting. It won't be similar from like the rough and rutness perspective, but it should be similar in terms of traction feel. 250s on that PCK track was way easier, I'm about to say. There we go. I think what you've done, Brad, where the entire track is ruts, is the best thing to do. Because you're kind of locked in, aren't you? So let's just theory craft for a second. Let's say I'm here. I have to, because you can't get out of them intentionally. You might slip out. You kind of say I'm going to be here. This one splits into 3. So let's say I just follow it round. We join into this, and then I get to choose to go left or right here. I'm going to follow this. I am locked in the entire way around, and now that actually puts me on the outside up here without meaning to. So the inside 2 corners ago becomes the outside up here. You got a little bit of breathing room on the start corner. I didn't expect him to put ruts there, but you kind of like, you have to choose where you are pretty early on. Yeah, let's try a linker ping in the wet then. I was about to say, yeah, it's raining. Oh god, I always forget this track has that. Yeah, so this is grippier than PCK. So maybe... Yeah, I don't know what soil type this is, because it's not soft soil. I can promise you it's not, but this, whatever soil type this is, got grippier when the last OEM update was done. I feel like I asked JV at some point, but I can't remember. Like, I can feel a little bit of back wheel slide, but it's very, very controllable. What does Portugal ride more like? Brad, does it ride more like this does? Like, I mean, just based on the straights, the flat straights. Is it more like this, or is it more like PCK? If it's more like the first one, then I think that's going to be very, very fun. If it's more like this, it will be less difficult, but it will still be nice just with the way the track's built with the ruts. Because this is in the rain as well. This might be compact. Ah, okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if it's more like PCK, I'm all for it. I reckon we will be in for a very, very good time. Time to run full Kraken in the rain. Don't tempt me with a good time, buddy. Do not tempt me. One more time. One more time for the fans before I disappear. Well, no, there's never been, from an, I'm talking strictly from an ARL perspective, like just aerial races. There has never been, actually no, this is a lie, there has been. There's been the Supercross track in 2024 that got where the servers got DDoS so we couldn't race it. That was a dedicated mudder, I'm pretty sure. That got built to be a mudder. But we never got to do it. So, I mean, from an outdoors perspective, across all the GPs, across all the AMA tracks, we've never had a track that has been built and designed to be ridden in the wet. We've had tracks that have been built and they've just put rain on in the server because it turned out to be wet in real life. Like last week's Supercross track. The wheel spin's actually messing with my seat bounce muscle memory as well. Because I keep going to like lean forwards like here, but then the wheel just spins, doesn't hook up. So it actually ends up almost trying to put me over the handlebars instead. I wonder what the qualifying lap times are going to be like. I mean, I don't know if anybody would be able to quickly get the information on what the lap times are like for the wet races in real life. I mean, them boys are still pretty fucking quick in the wet anyway, aren't they? They're quicker in the wet than we are in the dry. But let's say a normal lap around Portugal's 2 minutes. I would love... I'll send you it. I'll find it quickly, Brad. I'll send you into the DMs. I would love a world where the lap times are like 4 minutes long. Like an actual proper slow mudder. What do I want? AMA Supercross. Oh, is it only ARL tracks that fall under AMA Supercross? I thought they'd put the PCK ones in here as well. Why can I not search by track? Here, hang on. Box. Borough. PCK around 12. Copy. Paste. Right, it's in your DMs. It's only 10 to 20 seconds slower. Oh, Brad, what are we doing? There's no way that it's this traction then if it's only 10 to 20 seconds slower. I mean, I'd say that I'm riding at not even half the speed of this track if this track was dry right now. So, I mean, imagine the lap times. If it's like a 45, 50-second lap time around here normally, I imagine we're doing like 1:10s, something like that, on a short Supercross track. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if I endorse people running the name of somebody else's brand and then just dropping N-bombs in a chat. It's a very strange thing to do, because it does make, like, Insane and MXB mods look very bad for no reason. Yeah, I mean, this game's very momentum-based, but look at me, I'm half throttle right now, 5th gear, and if I go into third person, there's no point where it actually starts hooking up. We're still sliding, we're still skating. I should probably be sat down, shouldn't I? Standing up probably isn't helping, but it's sliding the whole time. So I could imagine, whilst the opinion's going to be very, very biased. Because for me, it's like, yeah, that'd be fun, it's a laugh, it's something different. I am probably going to be like one of maybe 5 people that will feel that way, out of everybody that's going to be competing and racing. But at the same time, you can argue like fuck it, like, every single year is exactly the same. You have the same 11 outdoors rounds. Like, the GP tracks change locations because you can only do 10 of them, so you pick and choose, but for the most part the tracks can still be quite samey, so that's just something, one race, something different. Like, if I've been racing for 6 years, 99% of my races have been normal dry races. Is it that big of a deal to have just absolute shit show quagmire of a race for one race? Just for something else, just for something different, fun to do? Oh, look how big the momentum is around here. Don't fall out the rut. Tell me if I'm faded or not. This is all hypothetical. This is all hypothetical. Because the traction might not be exactly like this. The traction, it sounds like it's grippier than this is, if it's only 10 to 20 seconds slower. If I went into my throttle settings, and I literally capped the throttle at like a quarter of throttle input, so I couldn't even like half throttle if I wanted to, since this is all momentum based anyway. Do you think that would help, or do you think that would hinder? Maybe like half throttle, maybe not quarter throttle. No idea. MXB mods, I appreciate that you're probably expressing the First Amendment. You can say whatever you want in DMs and stuff. This isn't your group chat. This is my chat. So regardless on how many accounts you come back on, if you can't behave yourself, we will just ban you over and over and over again. So you can either sit here and talk like a civilized human, or you can keep talking like it's your friend's group chat, and we'll just get you gone, no matter how many times. Like, it's no bother to us. Takes 2 seconds. If you want to waste your time changing accounts over and over again, you can do. But I don't think it's too much to ask for people just to act like civilized humans and adults when they're all sitting here just trying to enjoy a little bit of MX bikes. Not that difficult to do. Especially when you are running the name MXB mods. Because that's somebody else's reputation there that you're, like, slandering. Like, whilst we like an edgy joke here and there, we're not quite as PG as some other places on the internet might be. There is 1 or 2 things that you do kind of have to put your foot down on. Even from a selfish standpoint at some point, because, you know, there's, like, YouTube videos that I've seen, like, my own haven't been affected by this, but I've seen YouTube channels and videos get demonetized because of things that are being said in their chat's comments. So I do need to police you to an extent. I don't think it's too much to ask, no. Just whilst you're here, be a normal person. Again, say what you want behind closed doors. Whatever you want to do. Completely up to you. Say what you want in your group chats. Could not give a fuck. You live your life. But just whilst you're here, if everybody can be nice and, just nice. That's not too hard to ask. Just be nice to each other. Like, if it upsets you so much you can't drop N-bombs in a MX Bikes chat, then I do think you need to evaluate your life just a little bit more. There's many, many, many other words that you can use. Doesn't feel quite as slick as this, but less grippy than JV's. I wonder what it is then. It's hard that we haven't got, like, I mean, it's annoying that 99% of the tracks that come out are all just soft soil, because it's hard to, like, compare with anything else. I mean, do I have any tracks I could quickly build as a different soil type? I'll be honest, I think I got rid of all of my tracks. Actually, I might be able to make a different soil Moto 101er. So what are you using, Brad? You said you're using soil. So if I make the whole track soil, and actually, oh, it's been so long since I've done this. What do I want to do? A track name, Moto 101 wet. And then let's just see if this works. I'm hoping it works. Hang on. Let me cancel this. Stop. Cool. So you've got, let me add a layer. Soft soil thickness 0.3. Oh, soil thickness 0.3. With soft underneath. And then build all. Let's just let this go through the processes. To be fair, I think most of the models and stuff that I used on Moto 101 I deleted from my PC to make room. So I might get a shit ton of errors here. I should have done it without any of the objects on, so it's just terrain only. Actually, yeah, sorry, I'm going to cancel that one more time. Scenes, you guys turn all this off so it's much quicker. Off. Actually, we'll leave the marshal points on. Pits off, reception off, road off, leave the stakes on. Off. Definitely would have been quicker if I turned everything off in one go, and then yeah. Definitely would have been quicker if I'd done everything off in one go and then turned on what I wanted rather than the other way around. This should be much quicker now. Mi bomba! I can close this in the meantime. As I was saying, like people can say whatever words they want to say in DMs, in their homes, behind closed doors. But it's like we're a general community here. Whilst we're people ranging of all different lifestyles and ages and whatevers, it's still nice if just in the short amount of time that we're together during these streams, we can just talk like normal humans, you know? Without even having the possibility of upsetting people. Yeah, I do think it sounds like the track will get grippier as it goes on. Quite a lot grippier, actually, if it digs down to soft soil. I need you guys to see what's going on there. You should enjoy Moto 101. Oh, it's weird, because I was really proud of it when I finished it, and now I go back and play it, and I'm just like, it's just inside ruts are OP everywhere. It's not difficult. It's really, really fast. Maybe that's what people like. They like fast tracks. I don't know. Unfortunate the one bike comes one as TM. That's not unfortunate at all. I proved on Monday that the TM can do it. Should I be concerned that this is taking so long? Oh, by the way, whenever you guys, on the day of a race, if ever you get issues, so for example, like the low quality version of track's not working and stuff, this is what the track creator then has to go through to try and get things working again. And that's with no objects or anything. It took that long for it to even compile a smaller track once. So for them to compile absolutely everything together with all objects, this, that, and the other, and making slight changes, it takes a very long time. Race didn't go great for me, Seal. I think I ended up 6th, something like that. No, I think no, 7th. Sorry, I lost 6th on cuts. It's just a very difficult track to do anything on. Let's see if that worked. No. No, it didn't. I've got... hello? ¿Por qué? Well, no, I called it this. I called it Moto 101 Wet. Ah. Is it because of this? So... No, but even that one's not in here, because this is Moto Space 101. Can you check where it exported to? Log. This is why I don't build tracks anymore. Too many issues. Track folder copied to mods tracks, lins tracks, Moto Space 101. Or is it because I've already got a Moto 101 in here that it can't do the same thing? Yeah, I've got Moto Space 101. This is the one that it just done. Hmm. You know what, fuck it, let's just delete them. I can re-download it myself from the shop if I need to. Hmm. I'm happy to just recall it Moto 101 again. Let's change the thumbnail just so we 100% know what's going on. I think I need a random TJ for this, don't I? Yeah, I'll leave it as is. Right, that. Project settings are all the same. It's being saved to Lynn's tracks. Right, we'll try again. 24-hour stream. I know, it's getting on a bit. I don't know why I haven't ended it already. But if you are just joining us, the race today did not go well, but good news. Well, depends who you are, if you like me or you hate me. Good news for some, bad news for the other. Doing a donate-a-thon at the start of next month. Probably going to start on the 2nd, which is a Saturday. I never know. So for days like that, starting on the 1st of a month would be cool, but it's a Friday. I've got Aerial Friday anyway. No, fuck that. It does mean that I'm not going to be riding next weekend either. Not going to be riding next weekend if I'm racing. Well, if I was going to be racing. I'm so slumped in my chair right now, like I'm so much lower than I normally am. There you go. Let's sit up again. It's like my back wasn't even touching the chair, I was just like penciled leaning back. Oh, she's sweet but psycho, a little bit psycho. Baby, oh my mama, oh my mama. I still think this looks so cool. Yeah, thinking about it, if it was as slippery as PCK, that would be outrageous. It would be a very, very long lap time. Might actually be impossible to get up some of the hills. Agada does have some quite long, drawn-out hills. Move us up to the other monitor before I load up the aerial chat. Bum 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 bum. This looks like a couple people arguing with each other. Oh, did Cam win the championship today? I think he was quite close to it. I saw Jake was around P4 or so, and I'm pretty sure Cam won. An 06 KX250 does sound nice, though. Not nice if it's giving you issues, though. As somebody that has no mechanical experience ever, don't sound great. It's not... What am I doing wrong? It's not here. It's here. You know what? Screw it. Yes, let's see if this is the right one or not. Game's being freaky. Super freaky. Oh, no worries, Hippie. Thank you for stopping by. Am I retarded? I wish there was a way that I could just see the full list of tracks. So that's what I just put in the game. This is in Lindsay's tracks folder. The reason I don't think the soil's right is because I just compiled everything without any of the objects, except for marshals and stakes. But the entire pits were there when I loaded it up in game. Which makes me think that I might have a separate Moto 101 in a different folder. Yeah, it should be Moto space 101 going to MX Bikes, Mods Tracks, Lin's Tracks. But I turned off the scenes when I compiled it, so it shouldn't... That's one we just made. I'm very confused. But at the same time, I don't really care for it enough. I just wanted a quick solution to see how the traction would feel, and I don't care enough to be messing around with all this. track building work with space in the name? Yeah, I believe so. You don't need to see what the EDF file's called. That's fine. Oh well. You know what? I don't care enough to be messing around with this today. This is why I don't do track building stuff, because it takes me way too long and way too much problem solving. So I'm going to disappear. Either way, I trust that the race on Monday is hopefully going to be some good fun. I don't see why it wouldn't be. Whoa, hang on. What the fuck do you mean the days without face cam were the great days? I'm not sure if that's just like they were good days because of nostalgia, or if I'm just that ugly. That's crazy work. I'll pretend it's from a nostalgia basis and you're not just being mean to me. Anyway, fuck you, Brock. Anyway, right, yeah, good night, everybody. I'll see you on Monday. I'm very, very excited for it. Enjoy the